done to the world? What have we done to the world? I burn into the stone. There's no place to hide. I burn into the stone. This is divine, no need, no
Hey, 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 hey! Welcome to our live coverage of the DNC, or rather, for the moment, I'll turn the volume down a little bit because it's really effing loud. I can't even hear myself talk. I don't know. Anyway, guys, there are some protests going on outside of the DNC right now. This is obviously live protest footage, so it's like the coverage is going to be in and out. But it's been rather exciting. The protesters have already broken through the barricades in the park. And how does my volume sound compared to them, by the way? Because like I can barely hear myself. Hang on. I feel like my mic's up way loud. Let me know if my volume sounds way out of whack, because it sounds like fine to me, but it might not be. Anyway, the protesters have already broken through the barricades. The police are out putting gas masks on. Look, the police are getting ready for a confrontation with the protesters. They were putting gas masks on just a couple minutes ago. The protesters, of course, don't know what they don't give a fuck. Welcome to the Democratic National Convention, everyone. Yes, yes, yes. Volume is good. Volume is good. Awesome. All right. Well, guys, we do have a fun-filled week of coverage for you. I will be covering the DNC, the other one, every day this week, Monday through Thursday. We're going to be doing a lot of streaming this week. I hope you have your beer. I sent Victor to the store to procure me some delightful Sam Adams Oktoberfest. And so I'm excited about that because God knows I'm not going to attempt to do this without drinking. God knows that's just not going to happen. Let me just turn off the volume. Isn't that so much nicer? Isn't that so much nicer? Peace. Quiet. Jane is joining us from Chicago. Jane, I hope you're staying safe. Jane, you're the one that lives like right next to the convention center, right? Is it crazy down there for you? Give us a live on the ground report in the chat. Let us know. Let us know. Yeah, they thought that little park would be all that they needed, and no. Yeah, see, it's so much nicer. Hey, before we get started, let's give Sin a huge shout out. Sin, the birthday girl. Happy birthday, Sin. We love you. Thank you for spending your birthday with us, watching Democratic chaos and insanity. We appreciate you. Happy birthday, Sin. Guys, we do have a big schedule for tonight. The official DNC stream should be firing up soon in less than 10 minutes. Let's see who we have on the schedule for tonight. We have Mayor of Chicago, Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota. We've got some House of Representatives members. Let me see. We've got some union people. Apparently it's union night at the Democratic National Convention. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought that unions would be socialist? Who would have thought? Whoever would have guessed? Let's see. We've got a bunch of like elected representatives. Oh, AOC is speaking tonight. Hillary Clinton is speaking tonight. James Clyburn, Jamie Raskin. Let's see who else. Some normal people. Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky. Raphael Warnock from Georgia. Chris Coons, Jill Biden, Ashley Biden. And we will be concluding the night with what I'm sure will be a magnum opus from Joe Biden himself. Let's everyone say a little prayer for Joe Biden. He's going to be up late tonight, and he's doing the last speech of the night. So they're going to be shooting him up with something to make sure he gets through it. It should be a fun-filled night, guys. And this is just night one. We've got like 4 nights of this shit. It's going to be great. I think this is going to be more entertaining than the DNC. Now, guys, to cover my protest coverage, I do have like some super chat goals you can help me out with for the week. I would like to get about $300 in super chats on each stream, maybe even a little bit more if we're so lucky. Maybe even a little bit more on just because this takes up a metric ton of my time is the thing. I could be doing other stuff right now, metric ton of my time, and we're all going to be spending this time together. And I'm going to do my very best to try to make it as bearable and as fun for you as possible and stuff like that. We, of course, will also be checking in with Nick Fuentes when he goes live. Mac B in with our first super chat of the DNC. Mac B, I got some pad thai cider, and I went to the dispo for tonight. Yeah, that's probably a good inclination, Mac B. I appreciate you starting us off so strongly on our super chat goal for the night. Thank you. Now, before we get into that, guys, I do want to show you guys. Can I show you? I'm so excited. I have been working very hard and very diligently on some new shirts for the Unwoke art store. You guys are going to love it. I've got so many cool designs. Azure Wing, excuse me, is tonight the night that Joe has a medical issue and Congress removes him? Maybe Joe Biden will have a live stroke on stage in front of all of us. And then before we know it, Kamala Harris will already be president. Wouldn't that be? I'm not saying I want that. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I'm just saying it could happen. Yep, we will be watching Nick's stream at some point, though. He's not live yet, I don't think. No, I've got his channel up. He's not live yet. But can I show you guys the new shirts? Can we talk about something that's important? T-shirts. Because I wanted to do a whole set of DNC t-shirts just for us. And I made a whole bunch of cool ones. Check it out. Just arrived in the Unwoke Art merch store, and we do have some DNC specials just for this week. You can get each of these designs for 10% off. Just if you want a single t-shirt, you can get it 10% off. But if you guys buy over $100 worth of merch, and that includes merch throughout the entire store, not just the DNC stuff, you're going to get 25% off your full order. Now, I only have these designs on t-shirts for right now, but I will be adding some more merch throughout the week. It was just, it was a lot to get 8. I did 8 new designs. 8 new designs just for you guys. Beer money, Kino. I appreciate it. Check this out, though. We got some cool ones. Let me just pull them up in some new tabs. We can go through them one by one real quick. I'm so excited about these t-shirts. I've got a little combination of like, some of them are inspired by Banksy. Some of them are inspired by Andy Warhol. It just depends on whatever I was feeling at any given moment. We've got our brand new epic Socialism Skull t-shirt. And I've got these things in a variety of colors. We've got it in gold. We've got it in pink. We've got it in purple. I did some lighter colors just for Judy. I know Judy likes the lighter colors. Oxblood, check that out. That looks pretty badass. What else do we have? A brand new Socialists Always Lie shirt. I've been wanting to do an enhanced design for a while. This one is based off of inspired by Banksy with like kind of like this dystopian reality. Again, we got it in so many different colors that we usually don't offer just for some fun. But I think that looks pretty cool. Look at on the Oxblood black. That looks awesome. Got some lighter colors, of course. Next up, this is my favorite one. I did an Andy Warhol inspired tomato soup can, except instead of saying tomato soup, it says whiteness means capitalism. It was time. I've been thinking about this design for a while. Comes on so many different colors because it goes on everything. It's pop art. Pop art goes on everything. So it looks cool. It's going to be one of those like things people are not going to understand, which is what I like more than anything. Also, just because I was messing around. This was like an accidental design. I didn't even mean to do this one. And then I was like, oh, it's perfect. I was like, I have to make this. It's Marilyn Monroe saying whiteness means capitalism. Come on. Come on. Come on. Look at it. Got a bright pink one, lilac, all sorts of awesome colors. Then we've got this one. This is another Banksy inspired design. Equity is Marxism. Again, variety of colors. Looks cool. Looks like an awesome screen print. You guys can mess around with the colors on your own. Now we're getting a little bit more feisty. I've got this one. This is, again, Andy Warhol inspired. Men are not women. A fact that I don't think we should have to state, but yet we do have to state because that's just the world we live in today, especially with the Democratic National Convention. There you go. We got a whole bunch on that one. We've got this one. Gender is binary. Of course, the goal of the left when it comes to gender is to abolish the gender binary. So we've got to kind of like push back in the other direction. And it looks so fucking cool. I've like outdone myself. And then this last one, this one's a little weird. I understand this one's a little weird, but you know what? I kind of like it. I kind of like the colors of it. I kind of like that it's a little weird because it's about queer and queering is all about being weird, right? But in this one, we're specifically saying, no, communist. No. Gender is not queer. No matter how much you try to make it queer, gender is, of course, not queer. Got that on a whole bunch of different colors as well. And so that's what I've been working on, guys. That's what I've been working on. Which design is your favorite? Let me know in the chat which design is your favorite. Azure Wing says, I like to say socialists are just capitalists that are bad with money and have little to no financial security. It drives them nuts. Ain't that the truth, Azure Wing? Ain't that the truth? All right, we're already off to a roaring start on our super chat goal. That's awesome. Let's see. What do we have here? What time do we have? DNC just kicked off. You like the pop art one? Yeah, I like that one too. The Campbell's one. Doesn't that one look cool, man? And again, all those designs are 10% off each as like a singular item. And then if you spend more than $100 across the whole store, you'll get 25% off everything. And I will be adding some more merch on those designs throughout the week. So if you're looking for hoodies or you're looking for like long sleeve shirts, let me know what you want. I can make it. I just didn't have time to do it with 8 designs today. So I was like, let's just get the t-shirts up. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. And that's you like socialists always lie. Yeah, that one's they're all my favorite. All the designs are my children because I do all the designs. They're all my children. I love them all. You have 5 favorites. Which ones, I am Jack? Let us know. Your favorite is the skull. See, the skull was the first one I did just because I wanted some like kind of like fuck off giant skull. And I was like, I'm putting this on. I'm putting on back up a zip hoodie. I want to do like just like a sleeveless design with that. I've got so many ideas. So many ideas. Yo, I know that code pink group. I had to turn it off too. I was like, you abortionist. You just talk way too much. Speaking of that, I'm going to be talking to Kim Iverson tomorrow. Kim Iverson was posting about the protesters and she was like, who are these crazy people dressed up as abortion pills? And I was like, I know. I knew who they are. I went to the Socialist Reproductive Justice Conference. I met those crazy people. I know exactly who they are. And so Kim Iverson slipped into my DMs and she said, Carlin, can you come and talk to me about the protesters? And I said, yes, Kim Iverson. Yes, I can. And she said, can you do it tomorrow at 3:00? And I said, yes, I can. So I will be talking to Kim Iverson tomorrow. We're pre-recording, so it's not going to be live, but you guys will be able to see that interview when it's up. I'm really excited about it. I know Dragon Balls has been tagging Kim Iverson like forever about it. Mitchell, did I miss your super chat? I apologize. I may be homesick, but that won't stop me from watching your DNC coverage. Hey, Mitchell, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that super chat. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, you guys have been trying to get Kim Iverson to talk to me for a while. Let's see. We've got our first order in from the store. Look at that. Look at that. Alex. I knew it was going to be Alex. Alex buys so much of my merch. Alex, I don't know what I'd do without you, bro. Thank you. As always, guys, if you buy my merch, take pictures of it, like send them to me. You don't have to be in the picture. Your head doesn't have to be in the picture or anything, but just take pictures of the merch, send me the pictures because I love seeing what they look like in person, of course. And you guys can let me know, and then we can use that to market for other people and stuff like that. Huh. All right. We got a big week ahead of us, guys. Who's ready? Who's ready for the shit show that never ends? Look, I have more subscribers than the Democratic Party does. But they have more viewers than me. That's all right. I have to say, first impression, the RNC stage looked better. This is like a really weird stage, isn't it? Are they doing some kind of circular round stage? And these are like the VIP area over here. This is a weird stage. Does anyone else feel like this is a weird stage? Maybe when they pull back, it'll be better. I'm Jack. Thank you. Where's the beer? Right here. Right here. Hang on. I'm going to pour it. I'm drinking Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Oh, yeah. Breaking news. Breaking news. Jack Posobiec interviewed a member of the Revolutionary Communists of America earlier. And guess what the member of the Revolutionary Communists of America said? He was like, I'm not voting for Kamala Harris. None of us are voting for Kamala Harris. And I was like, duh. Like, conservatives have been whining all week about how this is the socialist convention and Kamala Harris is a socialist and blah da 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 da. And then Jack Posobiec goes out and he talks to actual communists, and the actual communists are like, nope, bro, no, we're not voting for Kamala Harris. Nope. And I was like, I told you so. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. Multiple arrests at the DNC breach. Yeah, that makes sense. No, he didn't. No. Was it good or bad? Was it, please? Was it good? Was he being an asshole? He's probably being an asshole. I bet you he was being an asshole. What did he say? You can't just, listen, green-eyed lady, you can't just dangle that out there and not tell us if it was good or bad or if he was shitting on me. Because Matt Walsh is known to shit on me. Was he complaining about something? Oh, it was good? Wait. What? Matt Walsh said something good about me? Are you shitting me? Is this real life? What was it about? What video was it? Yeah, we need receipts. I don't believe this. I don't believe you. I'm not saying you're lying, green-eyed lady. I just don't believe you. Yeah. We need receipts. Come on. Cheers, guys. God. Jack got in a fight. Yeah, I want to take some time at some point this week. I might just go live early at some point this week because I do want to take some time to watch a lot of the protest footage because there's already been so many protests and it's already so clear. Wait. So he mentioned me in relation to his new movie, but what did he specifically talk about? Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. I feel like green-eyed lady is like teasing us. We need a link to that, green-eyed lady. No kidding. Like, can you DM that to me on Twitter or something? We'll watch it. We have time. Matt Walsh tried to be me, and he failed. He tried to be me, and he failed. Common story. It's okay. It's okay. Green-eyed lady, if you can just tell us the name of the video, I can pull that up. Let me pop into the protest coverage real quick. Hang on, we can share this tab instead. We can just ding right back over here. Hey, thanks, Andre. I appreciate it. Oh, it lost sound. Seems to have calmed down. The police in full riot gear seems to have calmed things down. Thank you, green-eyed lady. I appreciate you. I might sound like I don't appreciate you, green-eyed lady, but I do. I promise. That's actually a good question. Do you want to send your kids to World War III? I don't want to send my kids to World War III. I don't have kids, but let's just overlook that for the moment. Yo, got our second order into the Unwoke art store. What do we get? Leonard, you got some good ones. Leonard got some whiteness and capitalism shirts, the Men Are Not Women shirts, the equity shirt. Thank you, Leonard, for your support. I do appreciate it. See, guys, if you get 4 t-shirts, you get a free t-shirt. That's how that works. If you get 4 t-shirts right now, you're going to get them for the price of 3. That's the way it goes. We're waiting for the DNC to get started, Realist Groiper. We are watching protest coverage outside. It looks like things have kind of settled down. And again, guys, I will put the DNC special link in the chat.
Yes, sir, it was. Free Palestine. They can't take us out, can they? They got me twice in one day. They didn't give me though, did they? What brings you to the DNC, sir? Yo, I just care so much about the world right now.
There's nothing going on with the DNC yet, guys. I can hear it. I'm kind of monitoring the situation. Well, yeah, so Melanie Bennett did edit around a clip of mine, but at least she gave me credit. So that's progress. Apparently, Melanie did learn her lesson enough to know that she's going to steal my fucking footage, that she'd better give me credit, because quite frankly, if Melanie hadn't given me credit, I was going to copyright her ass, because that is actually unique footage to me. No one else has that. So Melanie played it straight and she did the right thing. Kind of bullshit that she edited me out, but we'll overlook that for the moment. I know Jeffrey Marsh is speaking at some point. I bet you they're going to have a whole non-binary night. I believe it's like a block away. They're within sight and sound. So they're very close. Was the skull inspired by Unhuman Cover? Nope, it is a completely different skull. It is just a scribble skull. And it's just, I just wanted a fuck off cool looking skull, honestly. I messed around with a bunch of designs, and then that one came up and it was just like bold and red and powerful. So no, I just like, I've made many designs with skulls before, so no, it was not based off of Unhumans. Nope, nope, nope. Yes, he is speaking at some night. I don't know. It's not tonight. It'll be later this week, I think. But he is speaking at some point. Yep. And they don't announce the speaker list until the day of, but I do have the speaker list for tonight, and he's not on it.
You are so right. I'll take that. Where are they putting
Did they just arrest everyone that was outside the gates? They may have just arrested everyone that was outside the barricades. Because it was pretty nasty for a while. Maybe we can rewind a little bit and see what happened. Hang on, I'll go back a little bit. Because not too long ago, it looked very different. See, this is when they had broken out of the gates.
So let's go back to front row action.
Well, there they are breaking through the gates. This is about an hour ago. No, this is some guy named Portland Andy. So he's just doing like on the ground coverage. I bet he's like a member of Antifa or something. Well, I mean, it's live streaming from a protest, so it's kind of like you get what you get, you know? I mean, it is what it is. fund care, not killing, community care. Community love! Community love! Community love! Community love! Guys, please make sure you mount the like button for me as well. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to recommend this feed to more people so we can have more people come and join us. They're trying to get everyone to go out into the streets. This was earlier. See, I was thinking of you, Judy. I was thinking there are several designs in light colors. I'm sure they probably will be. I haven't looked yet. Breaking down the barricades. We're still waiting for the DNC to get started, guys. It's still nothing happening yet. I don't know when Nick is going live, but it's not yet. So we're just checking out protest footage from earlier today.
Well, I didn't see any no trespassing signs. There's just a fence, truthfully.
As a reminder, there will be upwards of 40 to 50,000 far-left protesters protesting the RNC. As a reminder, socialists and Democrats are not actually the same thing. These are radical revolutionary socialists. They do not support the Democrats. They are not voting for Kamala Harris. They do not like Kamala Harris. No matter how many times conservatives say that Democrats are socialists, these are real socialists. These are real communists. You can hear the helicopters overhead. Oh, my super chat goal is not on the screen. What am I doing?
They're breaching another fence.
I'm doing well, Paul. Welcome back. Thank you for linking me protest footage on Twitter. I appreciate it. A lot of folks watching over on Rumble. Appreciate you guys. Yo, Phil Donahue died? No way. Rest in peace, Phil Donahue. He had quite a life. These are not Democrats. These are socialists. Socialists and Democrats are not the same thing. Socialists don't like Democrats. Socialists don't support Democrats. Socialists don't vote for Democrats. Anyone who says otherwise is lying to you. Every conservative influencer calling Democrats socialists and calling Kamala Harris a socialist is lying to you. These are real socialists and communists. They are protesting the Democrats. They hate the Democrats more than they hate the Republicans. I don't know how many times I have to explain this to you guys. They wouldn't be protesting the Democrats if the Democrats were actually socialists. Looks like the DNC is getting ready to get started. You haven't missed nothing, Steve. Don't worry about it. We haven't even gotten started yet. There's hardly anyone in the arena for the convention. It doesn't look like it's that big. Well, they want an intifada, Dan Crenshaw. Oh!
Turn around, guys.
Democratic DNC is starting. Hang on, we got to go over there now. A grand introduction.
Please welcome Permanent Chair of the 2024 Democratic National Convention, Mignon Moore, and Chair of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison.
The convention center looks so small compared to the RNC, honestly. Nothing. They don't get paid to protest. You guys make that shit up. That's not real. That's conservative propaganda, bro. They get paid
Hello,
nothing.
everyone.
Zero. Nothing.
I am Mignon Moore, permanent chair of the Democratic National Committee.
Nope, wrong. Not even close.
It is
Not
a
even close.
pleasure
Stop making
to
shit up.
welcome you all
Not
to my
even
hometown,
close.
Chicago. This convention is a celebration.
Bro, you just
of
told
our
me you
hard
don't know what the
work
far left talking
and
points are. You have no fucking clue what
and
the
of
far
the
left talking
American
points are if you
spirit
believe this. This is
that
just
makes
wrong.
this party and our country great. That's the spirit President Biden reignited when he told us we were in the battle for the soul of our nation. Throughout his term, he has brought us together and revived our country.
They're more effective than you are, and they're kicking your ass.
Last
So
month, in a
if
true
they're
act
low
of
IQ, what does that
patriotism,
make you? Because they're
he
kicking your ass.
passed the torch to the next
You must be real low
generation
IQ if
and
they're
the
kicking
next
your ass, huh?
President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Nope, wrong, completely wrong, and we are not shilling that bullshit. That is not correct, and you know that, Andrew. I'm not going to put up with it.
As convention chair, I may appoint officers to assist in the conduct of our proceedings. It is my honor to announce the following convention officers. Assisting as co-chairs are Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan.
Oh, so you're stupid. Guys,
Mayor Mitch
guys.
Landrieu,
We've got a conservative
Senator
here that's
Cory
going,
Booker,
we're
and
winning.
Congresswoman
We're winning.
Veronica Escobar.
Yeah, I think you are, bro. I think you are, 100%.
Our convention parliamentarians will be former
You
House
heard it from
Majority
conservative
Whip Steny
propaganda. That's where you
Hoyer,
heard it from.
Broderick Johnson, and DNC parliamentary Helen McFadden. Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, and
Okay, so you're
Congressman
voting for Trump
Ted
and you're
Lieu
pretending you're not a
will
conservative?
serve as Sergeant at Arms.
So you're a
Louis
registered Democrat means
Terrell
nothing.
Will serve as our book doorkeeper, and Congresswoman Barbara Lee will serve as
Here we
our
go.
timekeeper.
Already bullshit in the chat. Hasn't even started yet.
I'd now like to turn it over to my friend, Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Mignon. Hello, Democrats.
This is a
The
bad
Democratic
setup.
Party is 196 years old. It's the oldest active political party in the world. Every person here is a part of a movement that brings America closer to our goal of a more perfect union. And every convention is a moment. It's a moment that contributes to our movement. It's moments like 60 years ago, when Fannie Lou Hamer told the shocking story of the racist brutality she suffered simply for registering to vote. Or 52 years ago, when Shirley Chisholm ran a historic race for the presidential nomination.
Those are not the only socialist
Or
policies.
40 years ago,
Those
when a
are
round-headed boy
baby
from South
socialists.
Carolina, the same before you today, watched Reverend Jesse Jackson challenge America to hope and to dream.
No,
Folks,
Andrew,
all
they
of these
don't. That is
moments led us
absolutely
to this
bullshit. You've obviously
transformational
learned
moment
nothing from watching me.
when a
This is
black
wrong.
convention chair
Okay.
and a black DNC.
All right. Pop quiz for the chat. Because Andrew is obviously not going to listen to me. So let's let some other people weigh in. Press 1 in the chat if you agree with Andrew that they just hate white people. That's all it is. They just hate white people. Press 2 in the chat if you think that Andrew is full of shit and he doesn't know what he's talking about because he doesn't actually listen to the left. 1 in the chat if you agree with Andrew and they just hate white people. 2 in the chat if Andrew doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
This historic nomination.
Look at all
I would
those
like to
twos,
thank the
Andrew.
incredible workers at this year's convention.
Look at all those
the convention
twos.
staff by the
We don't have to ask
led by the
them.
amazing
No,
Alex
no, bro.
Hornbrook
No.
and our convention chair, Mignon Moore.
We don't have to ask them, Andrew. We listen to them all the time, literally all the time. The people who are putting 2 in the chat here, they listen to the left several times a week with me. We know what they say. We know what they don't say. They never talk about white people. You guys are the ones that talk about white people. The left does not talk about white people. Yep, true. True.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation offered by Cardinal Blaise Joseph Supich, Archbishop of Chicago.
Let us pray. We praise you, O God of all creation. Quicken in us a resolve to protect your handiwork. You are the source of every blessing.
Colonization
that
doesn't
graces
mean
our
white
lives
people.
and our
Colonization means
nation.
capitalism. It means taking
We
land under
pray
capitalism.
that you help us to truly understand and answer
Look, they're
the
praying.
sacred call of citizenship.
Look at that.
We are a nation composed of every people and culture, united not by ties of blood, but by the profound aspirations of life and freedom, justice and unbound hope. These aspirations are why our forebears saw America as a beacon of hope. And with your steady guidance, Lord, may we remain so today. In every generation, we are called to renew these aspirations, to reweave the fabric of America. We do so when we live out the virtues that dwell in our hearts, but also when we confront our failures to root out ongoing injustices in our national life, especially those created by moral blindness and fear of the other. We pray for peace, especially for people suffering the senselessness of war. But as we pray, we must also act. For building up the common good takes work, it takes love. And so we pray, may our nation become more fully a builder of peace in our wounded world with the courage to imagine and pursue a loving future together. And may we as individual Americans become more fully the instrument of God's peace. Guide us, Lord, in taking up our responsibility to forge this new chapter of our nation's history. Let it be rooted in the recognition that for us, as for every generation, unity triumphing over division is what advances human dignity and liberty, Let it be propelled by the women and
You're
men
the only
elected
one
to
who cares
serve
about skin
in
color,
public
Andrew.
life,
You're
who
literally the
know
only
that
one here who cares
service
about
is
skin
the
color.
mark
You understand
of
that,
true
right?
leadership.
That's
And
it.
let
No
this
one
new
else.
chapter of our nation's history be filled with overwhelming hope, a hope that refuses to narrow our national vision, but rather, as Pope Francis has said, to dream dreams and see visions of what, by your grace, our world can become. We ask all of this, trusting in your ever-provident care for us. Amen.
Please welcome Prairie Band Potawatomi, Nation Tribal Council Vice
Uh-oh.
Chair
Uh-oh.
Zach Pamami,
Uh-oh.
and Secretary Lori Melchior.
Land blessing. Land blessing.
Here we are together on our ancestral homelands of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation and our sister Potawatomi nations.
Land blessing.
We also honor the spirit of the other tribal nations who traveled westward through this beautiful area. Welcome, 2024 Democratic National Convention, to our homelands. This land has and always will carry enormous importance to its original stewards, our ancestors, and our present-day communities. I am Vice Chairman of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, joined by Secretary Lori Melchior, and our nation's tribal council, who are also with us in the audience.
Thanks, Kristen.
From time immemorial, our ancestors lived in the Great Lakes region. However, in 1849, an illegal auction by the US government forcibly removed our tribe from our homeland. Since then, we have been working to reclaim it. Finally, this year, the Department of the Interior placed some of our ancestral lands west of Chicago into a trust. Thanks to the resolve of our tribal community and the Biden-Harris administration, we reclaimed a piece of our home. We became the only federally recognized tribal nation in Illinois in 175 years.
Yeah, so land blessings are always about the land being colonized. Colonized means that it was taken from the indigenous people and privatized under the oppressive force of capitalism. When they're doing a land blessing, they are very literally mourning the colonization of the indigenous land. Decolonization is about removing capitalism and giving it back to the indigenous.
Please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Illinois State Police Honor Guard.
Detail. Attention. Carry. Colors. Forward. March. Left. 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 Colors. Colors turn.
Look, they've got women. 2 women on either side, obviously. Diversity.
Please welcome William and Charles Harrison from South Carolina to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, they brought out the kids. Oh, God, they brought out the kids. It's so early, and here we are.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Republicans already can't compete with that. Republicans lost. It's over. A kid going indivisible? Come on. Freedom? Yep. It's over. The election's over. The election has been canceled.
Please welcome the Soul Children of Chicago to sing our national anthem.
More kids? Oh, shit. Democrats are the party of children, guys.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. On the Rockies sprinkling, the bombs bursting in air. Gave proof
This is really
to
good.
the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Wow.
Land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, that was good. That was great, actually. That was awesome. That was much better than the Down syndrome Star Spangled Banner on the first night of the RNC. Everyone remember that? We got Down syndrome at the RNC. No offense to anyone with Down syndrome. They're very special people. They're full of love. But that was better than Down syndrome night at the RNC. I'm just saying. Although there was a special sentimental value to Down syndrome night at the RNC. There was. Not hating.
Please welcome Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Welcome to the greatest city in the world, Chicago.
He's a socialist, by the way. Everyone knows that, right? Massive
where Ida
socialist.
B. Wells and Jane Addams organized to deliver real transformative change across this country.
Already socialist.
Chicago, where Reverend Jesse Jackson united people from all different
Not
backgrounds
all Democrats are
to keep
socialists,
hope
but
alive.
he is.
And to a community organizer on the south side of Chicago, Barack Obama rose to the White House, reminding us that yes, we can. And now Chicago,
Yo,
this city
so
of
true.
hard work and caring people, is where Democrats will celebrate President Joe Biden and nominate Kamala Harris for President of the United States of America. As the son of a family that worked to make ends meet, I know that Kamala Harris, the daughter of a mom who worked hard every single day, she is going to look out for the interests of everyday people. I know that as a fellow former social studies teacher, that Governor Tim Walz will never shrink.
I don't know.
From
That's a good
standing
question.
up for our democracy
I have no idea.
and for those most in need.
Thanks, Azerwang. Yep,
And as
home
a
and
black
Haymarket
man,
books.
raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden will see not only a reflection of herself in the White House, but she will experience the deepest part of American values. Think about it. What will it take to build the middle class and make it easier for families not only to get by, but to get ahead? It will take someone with toughness to stand up for us. And let me tell you, America, Kamala's got it.
Wow.
What will it take to defend our fundamental rights and our freedoms? It will take someone with leadership who would fight for us. And let me tell you, America, leadership, Kamala, she's got it. And what will it take to defeat MAGA Republicans and move our country forward and not backwards? It will take everyone. And let me tell you all, Kamala, she's got us. From Mississippi to Pennsylvania to Delaware, Kamala Harris, she's got us. From Michigan to Wisconsin to Nevada to California and right here in Illinois, Kamala Harris, she's got us. To the child care workers, to the tip workers, Kamala Harris, she's got us. And to make sure that this country ensures that families will have access to real affordable housing, to create a pathway to the American dream, Kamala Harris, she's got us. Together we can build a better, brighter future. And there's no better place to start that than right here in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. God bless you all. Thank you.
This is our town. We've got steel in our spines, iron in our veins, and hope in our hearts. We've got the flavor, the guts, the grit, and those big shoulders you've heard so much about. We're a bold city, a proud city, a who you callin' second city, where 77 neighborhoods are one. A city of giants, a city with heart, a city with heroes, a sweet, sweet place to call home. We were born ready, baptized by fire, tireless, tenacious, tested, trusted. And like someone else we know, when we fight, we win. We're ready to rise to the challenge, to rise to new heights. Rise, 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 up, up and away we go. We're ready to scrape the sky and reach for the stars, to stand tall for tomorrow, to witness greatness. We ain't going back. We've got big things to do, big shoes to fill, big dreams to realize. We ain't afraid of nothing. No nonsense, no fear. Oh yeah, we're ready.
Not today,
So
Laura,
America,
but maybe tomorrow.
Welcome to Chicago. We've got our dancing shoes on. We've got our game faces on. America, we look
It's
like
so
you.
sad that
Sound
Chicago
like
is so
you,
socialist
work like
because
you,
Chicago is
dream
awesome.
like you.
I love Chicago.
We feel you, America. We see you, America. Hey, make some noise so we can hear you, America. Welcome to Chicago.
Hello, my friends. My fellow Democrats. I started my journey to this stage in 1988. I was 12 years old, and my family was watching the Democratic National Convention. Now, to be honest, I wanted to watch something else. But we all knew when my grandfather sat in his chair, the TV was his. But folks, when Reverend Jackson came on, I paid attention. A black man from South Carolina, raised by a single mother. That was me. And as long as I live, I will never forget what he said. He challenged young people to hope, and to dream. So that's exactly what I did. I dreamed big, I worked hard, and I never lost hope.
Yep, they are. Yes, they are.
When our power was cut off, when there was nothing in the fridge, when we lost our home.
Andrew, if this is a hill you want to die on, bro, he actually does. Because they believe that all black people should be socialist. This is why they call Larry Elder the black base of white supremacy. This is why they call Kanye West a white supremacist. This is why they call Jay-Z a white supremacist. This is why they write about multiracial whiteness in the Washington Post and on NPR. They believe all black people should be anti-capitalist. Yes, that's correct. And we can keep arguing about this all you want, but eventually I'm going to get sick of this bullshit and I'm just going to remove you. Do you understand?
The America Democrats believe in, and that's the America Democrats are fighting for.
It's not about economics, you moron. It's about culture.
So 4 years ago, my friends,
Andrew, I'm being 100% serious. I like you, bro. I don't want to ban you from my chat, but if all you're going to do is come into my chat every single day and fucking argue with us and spew dissonant right-wing talking points instead of listening and learning something, you can go over to Nick's chat. I don't give a fuck.
And now we are united. We're united in our pursuit of progress because, my friends, they saw us. They fought for us. They heard us. And under their transformational leadership, we have forgiven billions in student loans. We have expanded access to health care, and we have strengthened the middle class. But the fight continues, and there is still more work to do. You know, I know that when we elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they will build on our accomplishments, and they will create a country that works for every American. They will invest in our dreams and our futures, and hope will light our path forward. They will lead us in the fight for America, and believe me, when we fight,
we win.
We win. And folks, we can never forget who we are fighting for. This election is about Americans who are watching right now, wondering who's going to finally pave that dirt road or make it easier to feed their family or get medical bills under control. This election is about those who believe anybody can achieve their dreams if they work hard and trust in the endless possibilities of America. This election is about communities who need to see that hope and joy will always overcome fear and chaos. This election is about every little boy inspired by a party chair who looks like him, and every little girl who will finally see a president who looks like her. My friends, we are paving a path for them. We're working toward a brighter future for them, and we need each and every one of you to join us. In my beloved home state of South Carolina, our motto is, while I breathe, I hope. Folks, I believe in the power of hope, but it's going to take more than hope to win this election.
Yep.
So in the next 78 days, our motto can't be just, while I breathe, I hope. It must be, while I breathe, I vote.
I give that tie an 8 out of 10. Because that is how we
make hope real for all of America. America, let's vote for Democrats up and down the ticket. Let's save our democracy, and let's vote for our MVP, Kamala Harris, and our coach, Tim Walz. Thank you all so much for being here.
Our MVP and our coach.
And now, it is indeed my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who will be co-chair for tonight. This is a young woman who is the current lieutenant governor of the great state of Minnesota. And when Tim Walz becomes vice president, she will become the first Native American governor in this great country. Folks, let's welcome Peggy Flanagan.
True Naruto. Look how empty it is. There's no one there. What is she wearing? What is this outfit?
Thank you, Jamie.
Is she trying
As
to
we
be?
gather
Oh, she's Native
together
American
on this historic night, we remember those who came
She's
before
indigenous.
us,
Holy
who fought
shit!
and prayed this moment into existence. The suffragists and the abolitionists, the activists who fought for our rights, the leaders who paved the
legitimately a
way for us
socialist.
all. Their
That's
courage
socialist.
and conviction shaped the course of history. Their memory reminds us that the fight for
Yeah.
freedom always passes from
Yep,
one
they will.
generation
Yep.
to the next. We owe it to them and to ourselves to carry their legacy forward. Tonight, we pay tribute to those who dared to dream of a country that truly stands for liberty and justice for all. Next, we'll hear from one of those people, a lifelong advocate for civil rights, Maxine Waters.
Oh God, Maxine Waters! I'm not ready for this. Oh no! Oh no! It's so early for Maxine Waters.
Wow. Hello, delegates.
Hello, Maxine.
Now, you know, I've seen a lot in my lifetime. I was just
She got her
22
makeup
years old
done.
when Fannie Lou Hamer made her presence known at another Democratic convention. It was in 1964 in Atlantic City, and she arrived with a group of Black delegates from Mississippi. And she simply asked that her delegates be seated in place of the state's all-white delegation. She told the people in the room about the violence she suffered at the hands of white police because she, a Black woman, had demanded her right to vote. When she finished, she asked the country a simple but profound question. Is this America? She didn't get the outcome she was hoping for in Atlantic City, but you can bet that when the official Mississippi delegation was seated at the convention 4 years later, Fannie Lou Hamer was sitting there with them. Now here we are, 60 years later at another Democratic convention with Kamala Harris as our party's nominee.
Oh my.
Oh, so I know there is
The
no
Republicans,
better
they were
leader
the only ones who were an
to
outfit like that.
marshal us into the future.
Nope.
Kamala has been a courtroom prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, a United States senator, vice president of the United States. And when the dust settles in November, and Americans of all stripes have elected her their president, I know she'll be thinking about Fannie Lou, who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that moment, all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania, to Arizona, to California, we can ask ourselves, is this America?
Not really, bro. Not really.
And we will be able to say loudly and proudly, you're damn right it is.
Please welcome President and CEO of the NAACP, Derek Johnson. and President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, Melanie Campbell.
Good evening. I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP.
These aren't their
and
heavy
I'm here to
hitters.
do my Black job. Since the founding of our nation, we have been on an unending march to protect this imperfect union. Tonight, we celebrate the power of the collective, of what is possible
Holy shit!
when we are all in
Socialist.
for all people.
Legitimate socialist, not fake
But as
socialist.
we
Legitimate
do,
socialist.
Let us not
He is the
forget the
NAACP,
history
so of course
that
he
preceded
is.
this moment or the history makers who prepared us for
That's because you don't know
As we
their
just
language,
heard,
because you only listen to
in
conservatives who lie to
1964,
you. Come back to my channel some other
Mississippi
day and
Freedom
I will
Democratic
teach
Party,
you like I've
led
taught
by
anyone
Fred
else.
Lou Hamer,
Nope, that's not
and
what this is
Mississippi
about.
NAACP state.
When they're saying collective, that's about socialism, guys. If I have to keep muting this to school every uneducated conservative that comes into my chat, we'll do this all night.
That we will all be recognized here tonight.
Inevitable. It's
In
inevitable.
1973,
It's inevitable.
the historic elections of
We're only going to hear like half the
Atlanta's
speeches
mayor,
tonight.
Maynard Jackson, Detroit's mayor, Comey Young, and LA's mayor, Tom Bradley.
Yep, there are.
Paved
You
the
can
way
look around the room
for
and see.
another historic election just 10 years later, right here in Chicago, with the election of Harold Washington as the first Black mayor of the city of Chicago. And in 1988, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, in his second quest for the White House, inspired us all to keep hope alive. Now, this is important because we must all understand Black history is American history. And in this historic moment, we will write the next chapter together.
No, they don't. It's not what they mean.
Good evening. I'm Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and National Convener of the Black Women's Roundtable. We have come this far by faith. And for Black women, this moment has been a long time coming. Vice President Kamala Harris's path to becoming the Democratic nominee for President of the United States has been paved by the leadership, sacrifice, faith, and patriotism of generations of Black women.
Hey, thanks, Azure
Black
Wing.
women like Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, Diane
Nope,
Nash,
the socialists will not
Ella Baker,
support Kamala. They will
Amelia
not support
Boynton
Kamala.
Robinson,
There is no
Barbara
way.
Jordan, Shirley Chisholm, and Reverend
They were
Willie
never going to
Barrow.
vote for her in the first place.
Women whose
Thanks for the super
optimism
chat.
about what America could be and their fight to make that vision
Sounds
real.
like she's speaking about America
redefine
and
the
optimism.
leadership role that Black women could play in moving our nation forward.
Okay.
As president,
I am being 100% serious. I am not going through 4 days of this where every single time a conservative comes into my chat and wants to dunk on the libs, I then have to stop the entire fucking thing and say, no, that's not what it's about. You're listening to shitty influencers who are lying to you. I'm not doing this, conservatives. If you want to dunk on the libs, go somewhere else. This is a smart people channel. This is not a dumb people channel. You can go to the Daily Wire. You can go to the Blaze. You can go watch Tim Pool. You can watch any number of commentators who will lie to you and say, yes, it's all about skin color. And yes, you are really abused and you're really victims of the world. And all they care about is about skin color. You can go to any number of places and get that. You're not going to get that here. I am not going to fucking argue with you. If you do not like my perspective, You do not need to be in my chat. If you keep coming into my chat and making it about race when it's fucking not, I'll just remove you so you don't disrupt things anymore.
Other generations to come behind us.
Jesse Jackson's candidacy in 1984 helped to pave the way for Barack Obama's presidency in 2008. His 1988
Go watch
candidacy
Crowder.
helped to reshape the
Perfectly
Democratic
fine for dumb
National
people.
Committee. His candidacy was before its time.
Fueled by passion and determination and marching to their own beat, our civil rights leaders laid the groundwork for lasting change, dreaming of a country where equality and justice inspired the next generation.
We need the energy of our young people. We need the wisdom of our elders. We all can be proud
Because
to say
this
that
is
we are
not the way
truly
it
a
works
leading
here.
democracy.
This is my house.
And we
You are
respect
in my
people's
house.
ability to exist.
If you don't want to be in my
America's not
house,
like a
get the
blanket.
fuck out.
One piece of unbroken cloth, the same color, the same texture, the same size. America's more like a quilt. Many
Thanks,
patches,
Divine. Appreciate
many
you.
pieces, many colors, many sizes.
Standing on the shoulders of giants, Kamala Harris is the candidate who encompasses the brilliance, determination, analysis, and the action to carry the torch lit by the founders of the movement. There's only one choice to represent our collective voice.
Collective.
What kind of country do we want to live in?
Value system of the modern Democratic
God,
Party has been
the
shaped
remaking
by
of
the civil rights
Kamala.
movement of the 1960s.
The rebranding of Kamala is
from
killing me.
64, the National
Like,
Democratic
let's have Kamala
Convention,
look off
where
into
Fannie
the
Lou Hamer
distance
asked
with
to be
Oprah.
seated,
Like,
in 2024, where a black woman
it's
is the
just like, oh,
Democratic
God.
nominee. It's been a long struggle and a long journey, but Fannie's going to be vindicated and Shirley Chisholm's going to be vindicated in the 24 Democratic Convention.
I wonder if I could sit in a room with Shirley Chisholm, with Rosa Parks, with Coretta Scott King. What would they say about what's happening today?
The civil rights movement has been a key part of organizing the agenda, not just of the Democratic Party, but of democracy.
This is the hope that runs through Kamala Harris's leadership. One where hope,
Thank you.
change, and
I
freedom
know. I'm very
are the
excited about my
drumline of our
work.
democracy.
Thank you.
I stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
I stand before you today to proudly announce I am now officially the Democratic nominee for President of the United States.
We must never surrender. America will get better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Please welcome founder and president of the Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Jesse Jackson.
That's because, as we've discussed on previous episodes of Socialism Saturday, the Communist Party USA is specifically voting for Joe Biden to prevent Trump, or excuse me, Kamala Harris now, to prevent Trump from getting elected. But the Communist Party USA is a non-entity that is not supported by most communists and socialists. In fact, 2 other communist parties have sprung up because of how little support the Communist Party USA has. So that's why. Oh my God, look at Justin Jackson. Holy shit. What happened? He got real old. He did. Oh, Parkinson? Okay, that's bad. We need to make it fun. Why is there no one there? Yeah, I agree. No one should have to suffer with that, even if it is Jesse Jackson.
Democrats, our first order of business is adopting an up-to-date convention agenda. When the Convention Rules Committee met, everyone was working on updating plans based on the significant changes that had just occurred. When the committee approved an agenda, it was a work in progress that members knew would need to be revised accordingly. We now have an agenda for the next 4 days. The agenda is included in the Standing Committee report booklet emailed to each convention participant. In addition to fantastic speakers and performers, tonight's agenda provides for adopting the up-to-date convention agenda, hearing the Credentials Committee report, hearing the Rules Committee report, and considering the
Is that really
resolution
it?
as
They're
recommended
really
by the
not going to
committee.
fill up? I mean, they have already
Hearing the
nominated her, I
Platform
guess.
Committee report and considering our
That's
national
crazy.
platform as recommended by the Platform Committee, and holding a confirmatory and ceremonial vote for our vice presidential nominee. Tuesday includes a ceremonial roll call for the presidential nominee. Wednesday, we'll hear ceremonial nominating speeches for our vice presidential nominee, and Governor Walz will make his acceptance speech. And on Thursday, my friends, we'll hear a ceremonial nominating speech for our presidential nominee, and Vice President Harris will make her acceptance speech. So now, delegates, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the up-to-date agenda. Is there a second? All in favor of approving the convention agenda, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Are we going to the next one?
Please welcome Credentials Committee co-chairs, Secretary Marcia Fudge and James Roosevelt Jr.
Greetings, my friends. It is an honor to have served as co-chair along my friend, Jim Roosevelt. Pursuant to the call, the Credentials Committee met and adopted a resolution to credential the delegates and alternates to the 2024 National Convention. I am pleased to report that there were no credentials issues to be decided by the committee. Their work allowed us to nominate 2 champions for democracy and freedom, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz.
There are more Black
Our
people in the
delegate
Democratic
selection
Party than the
process is
Republican.
designed to ensure every
That's why.
voice is heard and every vision is heard, and our delegates accurately represent their electorates. Diversity is our party's strength, and I'm so proud to see the wonderful representation of our party and democracy here today. I am pleased to share that the Credentials Committee report was adopted and all delegates have been fully credentialed. In memory of Marvin Turner, we are going to have a great convention and we are going to win. Thank you.
When we fight, we win.
Please welcome Rules Committee co-chair, Bishop Leah Daughtry.
Hello, Democrats. It was my honor to
That's
serve as
Kamala's
co-chair
slogan.
of the Convention Rules Committee alongside my friend, Governor Tim Walz. Governor Walz is a little occupied this evening, but it's good to know that serving as co-chair of the Rules Committee is a ladder for promotion.
Bro, let me make this very clear to you. There are significantly more Black people in the Democratic Party than there is in the Republican Party. There are significantly more Black people in leadership in the Democratic Party than in the Republican Party. It's not the same thing. It's not the same demographics. It's not the same group of people. You look really stupid every single time you comment on it. This is basic. This is 101.
Acceptance speeches. Under the Rules Committee authority, the Rules Committee is recommending for your approval one resolution contained in the committee's report.
She's not
The
saying
resolution
anything about being
supports the
Black.
current
That's
practice
why. This is about a
regarding
committee thing. This is a
automatic
basic
delegates,
committee vote.
as well as other reforms to make our party stronger. The co-chairs are pleased to move the
Sam Adams
adoption
Oktoberfest.
of this resolution on behalf of the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Bishop Daughtry. The Rules Committee has moved the approval of the resolution. Is there a second? We have a
Basic
second.
committee
I will
vote.
now
This isn't even
call
exciting.
for a voice vote on approving the resolution as recommended by the Rules Committee. All those in favor of the committee's recommendation to approve the unity resolution say aye. All opposed say nay. I'm pleased to report for the record that with a majority of delegates having voted in the affirmative, the resolution has been approved. My thanks to our Rules Committee co-chairs and members for your efforts to build a transparent and inclusive party. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please welcome Platform Committee co-chairs, Mayor Mitch Landrieu and Mayor Regina Romero.
Regina Romero. Latinx.
Hello, delegates. It is my pleasure to join Co-Chair Romero to present the national platform as recommended for approval by the committee. Our platform is grounded in our democratic values of hope, of progress, and love of our country. It makes a strong statement about the historic work that President Biden and Vice President Harris have accomplished hand in hand. And it presents a bold vision for our future. Kamala Harris will protect reproductive freedoms. Donald Trump will rip them away. Kamala Harris will lower costs for Americans, expand access to affordable health care, protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump will cut taxes for billionaires and big corporations, and he will pay for it by putting health care and Social Security on the chopping block. Kamala Harris is going to defend our democracy. Donald Trump is going to undermine it. The choice before us is clear, and the stakes could not be higher.
Buenas noches, demócratas.
Buenas noches.
Mayor Landrieu, it was a pleasure to serve as your co-chair. I also want to recognize Louisa Terrell and the drafting subcommittee for their work. This platform was passed by the Platform Committee on July 16, prior to the president passing the torch in an act of love and patriotism.
Joe Biden passed the torch to Kamala Harris
And
in an
it's
act
the product
of love
of a
and
comprehensive
patriotism.
process
love
to
it.
engage with leaders from all corners of our winning coalition.
Yeah.
Hundreds
Hola.
of submissions,
Everyone speaks
hours
Spanish
upon
in the chat.
hours of hearing and testimonies.
If you know Spanish.
Countless conversations with community leaders and grassroots Democrats.
Hola, chat.
All were essential to producing
language of
a
the global
forward-looking vision for our party that echoes the voices of all. Vice President Harris is now carrying the torch.
¿Cómo estás?
And she and Governor Walz
Walk
are
away.
committed to delivering results for the American people. Then you have Donald Trump.
No anglais, por favor.
His extreme agenda is working against everyday Americans. He is fighting for big oil, big pharma,
Buenos
big
dias.
banks.
Taco.
But most of all, my fellow
Hola.
Democrats, he is fighting for himself. This November, we need to keep Democrats in office and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz so we can implement an agenda that works for everyone. Cuando luchamos, ganamos. And with that, on
¿Dónde
behalf
está
of
la
the Platform
biblioteca?
Committee, we are pleased to move the adoption of the 2024 Democratic
This is serious,
National
guys.
Platform.
Thank you. The co-chairs have moved the approval of the national platform. Is there a second? We have a second. I will now call for a voice vote to approve the platform as recommended by the Platform Committee. All those in favor of approving the platform, please say aye. All opposed say no. Co-chairs, I am pleased to report for the record that with the majority of the delegates having voted in the affirmative, the platform has been adopted. Once again, thank you to our Platform Committee co-chairs and members, as well as the Platform Drafting Committee and its chair, Louisa Terrell.
Republicans thought they were the only group that chanted USA. Nope. Mm-mm.
When Kamala Harris set out to find her vice president just 1 month ago, she was looking for someone who believes in our democracy, who works hard for the American people, and has an endless supply of hope for our future. She found that in Vice President Tim Walz. Come on, give it up for give it up. On August 6th, the Democratic Party officially nominated Governor Walz as our vice presidential candidate. While Governor Walz's nomination has already been certified, we couldn't miss the opportunity to celebrate this future vice president's integrity, commitment, decency, and service to our nation. The chair will entertain a motion to ceremonially confirm Governor Walz's selection as the Democratic Party's vice presidential nominee. We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. We will now have a voice vote on the motion to ceremonially confirm our vice presidential nominee. All in favor of the motion, please proudly say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to proudly reaffirm Tim Walz as our Democratic nominee for vice president.
Well, thank God.
Yes, 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 USA. Pursuant to our convention rules, Governor Walz has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which he will deliver on Wednesday, August 21st. Thank you, my friends. Delegates, please welcome to the stage co-chair Peggy Flanagan to resume chairing our convention.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, good evening and welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I am thrilled to be here in Chicago with Democrats from across the country to rally around Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and their vision for America. It's been 8 years since we last came together as a party, and I can feel the excitement in this arena. It's filled with energy and with joy. Our theme tonight is for the people. We'll hear from union leaders, civil rights advocates, and our fellow
this
citizens.
is Socialist Night. That's why.
And we'll
Okay.
hear from our president, Joe Biden.
So it is true that Democrats are not socialists, but occasionally they do have socialists that are involved. But by and large, they're not socialists. But for the people means Socialist Night. That means for the worker, for the proletarian.
Or in English, speaks with a clear and loud voice, woman. I'm a member of the White Earth Nation, and my family is the Wolf Clan. And the role of our clan is to ensure that we never leave anyone behind. That's why I am supporting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States.
Stunning and brave.
For almost 6 years, I've worked side by side with Governor Walz. I've seen how hard he's worked for Minnesota to be the best place for kids to grow up. He does it all with a big heart, a buffalo plaid jacket, and a bottomless bag of snacks. Nutter Butters, cheese curds, and Diet Dew. Every time we meet, he brings something for me because he's always got my back. And when he's vice president, he will always have yours. He and Kamala Harris have spent their lives fighting for you, for your family, for your future. So whether you're a lifelong Democrat or just tuning in, thank you for being part of this evening. 4 years ago, the COVID pandemic upended our lives. My brother Ron was the second person to die of COVID in the state of Tennessee. We couldn't see him. We couldn't have a memorial. And millions of American families went through the same thing. Our communities were suffering. Our economy was struggling. And Donald Trump was playing games. Our country was brought to the brink by his failure to respond. But the Biden-Harris administration stepped in with quick and decisive action. They contained the virus, created millions of jobs, and invested in our nation's future. Under their leadership, America began to heal.
Are there words about a pandemic at this point?
No, we're not at all. We have it totally under control. We think we have it very well under control. We pretty much shut it down. A lot of people think that goes away in April. With the heat, we're in very good shape. Because of all we've done, the risk to the American people remains very low. View this the same as the flu. It's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear. We all together have done a very good job.
We think the death will be at a very low number.
I see the disinfectant. Is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside?
Oh my God, they're still pushing this?
Almost a cleaning. I'm taking it, hydroxychloroquine.
When?
Right now, yeah. You can test too much. You do know that. Who says that? Oh, just read the manuals, read the books.
Manual.
Read the books.
manual?
I think it's under control. I'll tell you what.
How? 1,000 Americans are dying a day.
They are dying. That's true. It is what it is.
Help is on the way.
Oh
and
my,
it is long
look at the
overdue.
propaganda!
$1.9 trillion
This is
COVID
so
relief
great!
bill to get stimulus aid directly to struggling Americans.
Our plan is about what we need to
Like
do around a
happy
national
music.
strategy for contact tracing,
Trump,
for testing,
period.
for administration of the
Kamala, happy
vaccine,
music.
and making sure that it will be free for all.
Tonight, the U.S. is nearing a major milestone in the fight against the coronavirus. The U.S. is about to deliver the 200th million COVID shots since President Biden took office, beating his target by about a week. Millions of American students returned to school earlier this month after more than a year of remote learning. Sports venues are filling up and concerts are getting scheduled.
I'm feeling great. Business is definitely ramped up.
I'm so thankful.
To be able to serve our customers again after all this, it's a blessing.
Wow.
Please welcome Illinois Representative Lauren Underwood.
COVID was the worst public health crisis in a century. Donald Trump failed us. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got it under control. Donald Trump said, "It is what it is." Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said, "Help is on the way." Democrats in Congress tried to lower the cost of health care. Donald Trump tried to take our health care away. We tried to expand Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump tried to cut them year after year after year. He took the COVID crisis and turned it into a catastrophe. We can never let him be our president again. As a registered nurse, I care deeply about making healthcare more affordable. As someone with a pre-existing condition, I am determined to protect the people who are most at risk. And as the youngest Black woman ever elected to Congress, I am painfully aware that Black women, especially pregnant women and new moms, were more likely to die from COVID. I wrote the Momnibus to protect those women and to address the maternal health crisis. And that bill was introduced and championed by Senator Kamala Harris. Because she protects the people who are most vulnerable. She's done it for her whole career. As vice president, she and President Biden passed my legislation to make healthcare more affordable. And now 4 out of 5 Americans can get covered through the Affordable Care Act for $10 or less per month.
Bullshit.
And under the Biden-Harris administration,
$10 or
the
less
number
per
of
month?
uninsured Americans hit an all-time low. 4 years ago, it was not safe to hold a convention like this. But tonight, thousands have gathered in this arena in my home state of Illinois to make sure Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States. We have come so far these past 4 years, and we're not going back. Thank you.
My name is Rich Logis. I live in Florida, and until 2 years ago, I was a full-fledged member of MAGA. I believe Trump. I was a MAGA pundit. I had my own
They've
podcast.
got people who
I was
left
in a
the
state
right.
of panic. terrified that Democrats were destroying our country.
Oh,
When the
my
pandemic hit,
God.
we needed leadership, but we were given almost nothing. It was a major betrayal to the country. So I finally stepped outside the MAGA echo chamber. I stopped listening to what Trump said and looked around with my own eyes. And I realized he had been lying about pretty much everything.
Oh
Lying is
my
Trump's toxic superpower.
God.
He's ripped apart families, communities, our whole country. So this is my message to all the Republicans and independents who are watching. People like me who voted for and believed in Trump. I made a grave mistake.
Fake and
But it's
gay.
never too late to
Fake
change your mind.
and gay.
You don't need to agree with everything you hear tonight to do what is right. You need to be able to trust our leaders. That's why I'm all in for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome California Representative Robert Garcia.
Hola.
Thank you. Thank you. We all remember.
Hola, senor. Taco
We
time.
all remember the world in 2020, where we were, and for some of us, who we lost. Now, I was in my second term as mayor of Long Beach, California. And my mom was a healthcare worker. Like many of you, I watched in terror and horror as the COVID pandemic consumed our lives.
All right, Nick's feed is
As
live.
mayor,
He's not
I
live
fought
yet.
for more hospital beds, for more tests, and to make masks more accessible. What we needed at that moment was national leadership. But instead, we got Donald Trump.
Boo.
While schools closed and dead bodies filled morgues, Donald Trump downplayed the virus. He told us to inject bleach into our bodies.
No, he didn't.
He peddled
Oh.
conspiracy theories across the country. We lost hundreds of thousands of Americans and our economy collapsed. Now, that summer of 2020, my mom and my stepfather both died of the COVID pandemic. And I miss them every single day. So when Donald Trump and his MAGA extremists like Marjorie Taylor Greene downplay the horror of the pandemic, it should make us all furious. Now, I will never forget when Kamala Harris called me after my parents died. She told me about her own story, about losing her own mother, and that she was praying for me at that very moment. Now, we all know that later that year, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were elected president and vice president. And what a difference they made together. They got people vaccinated. They got the virus under control.
Wow.
They safely reopened our schools. And they passed the American Rescue Plan. A historic economic package that helped small businesses and created jobs all across the country. Thank you, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, I am a proud immigrant who came to the United States as a young child. We grew up poor. English was our second language, and we often, like many immigrant families, struggled to get by. But my mom, she moved here to the United States because she believed in the American dream. I'll never forget the day that I became a United States citizen. I raised my right hand and I
All right, we're going over to Nick Fuentes, guys. We will go back to the we're gonna see what he's talking about. Hopefully he's watching the DNC. This will give us some additional entertainment. Guys, please mount the like button for me if you have not already. We are doing 4 days of coverage of the DNC just because it's responsible. We are doing our duty. Nick might be talking about the Groyper War. If Nick is talking about the Groyper War, we're going to go back to the DNC. We can always catch up on that later. But for right now, we're going to be watching the DNC. And he's getting started. Thank you, Reagan, for keeping an eye on that. I appreciate it.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Good
We have a
tie.
great show for you tonight.
Oh, that's a great
We're
tie.
going to be starting our live coverage of the Democrat National Convention tonight. It is day one of the DNC. They're live from Chicago, and I will be here all night tonight, tomorrow, the day after that, and Thursday. We're going to watch the entire thing. We're going to be watching every single night of the DNC. It's going to be brutal.
It's going to be okay.
But we're going to have a good time. It's going to be fun, actually. The content it'll be a tough watch for me because I have to watch it, but you get to watch me, which is a real treat. So,
obviously.
And we're going to have a good time this week. They've already gotten started, but nobody big has spoken yet. They're just going through
Maxine Waters
some of these
spoke. That's not
congressmen.
true, Nick.
So we'll probably jump into it after this guy speaks. Tonight, we were supposed to do a big announcement about Groyper War 2. I think I'm going to push that back to next Monday just because we're going to have a long week covering the entire DNC, and we'll be doing a big recap on Friday. I figure it's a major announcement. I don't want it to get all bungled up with this news that may happen inside or outside the DNC, even with some of these riots going on. So we'll be giving our first state of the campaign next Monday, an announcement about our deployment to Michigan next Monday after the DNC. This week, we're 100% focused on the Democrats. And it's funny, everybody says I am a Democrat now or that I'm paid by the Democrats. Not the case, and I'm not looking forward to this. So we'll be giving all of our criticism. This is the 1 week where we're really going to lay into the Democrats. Normally, we're putting pressure on the Republicans. So we're going to dive in. It looks like they've already begun here, although I think this is just a video presentation. So let's start this. We'll see what's going on with them here.
Let's take a look at his track record on jobs before COVID, as compared to the Biden-Harris.
I'm going to be very interested in Nick's fact checks.
The most successful ever. And about his
let's take a look.
manufacturing miracle, Trump talked a big game, but actually lost 178,000 manufacturing jobs. And just to be clear, it wasn't just COVID here either. Manufacturing jobs were already on their way down before the pandemic. So that's round one. And it looks like what we have here is 2 lies and another lie. You get the hang of it? I'll see y'all in a little bit.
Bruh. Gay nibba. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
Donald Trump downplayed
Gayest black
COVID
guy
while
award.
Americans were living in fear. He lied about creating jobs while our communities were fighting to survive. But the Biden-Harris administration stepped up.
Look at this
They
nut job.
actually took decisive action to create jobs, support small businesses, and rebuild a
Oh, Nick
stronger
missed
and
the
more
land
resilient
blessing
economy.
earlier.
Kamala Harris is a leader we can trust, even in our most challenging moments, especially in those moments. Donald Trump dithers, Kamala Harris delivers. Donald Trump abandons vulnerable people, Kamala Harris protects them.
Oh my
Donald
God.
Trump bullies scientists, Kamala Harris believes them.
Based.
Our next 2
Based.
speakers will tell us why
Remember
that's
when
so
Trump
important.
said that the planet
Please
was getting
welcome
colder?
Ryan Wallach and
He was
Sandra
in like a round table of climate scientists, and they're like, this is the hottest year ever. And Trump was like, actually, it's getting a little bit cooler.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
wheelchair
like-
guy.
And they're like, what? Actually, it's going to get a little colder. You're going to be seeing I think it's going to get colder. Donald Trump bullies scientists. Yeah, well, scientists are fucking nerds, so they deserve to be bullied. Okay, what the fuck is this now?
In 2008, we met while working
What
on the
the fuck?
Obama-Biden campaign.
It's like R2-D2.
No, this is not real.
We
Bruh.
found
No.
our way there because we believe in the power of organizing.
Is she a translator?
Then we found each other.
They got married. I'm joking.
The
I'm so in
day
shock.
we brought
Oh my
our
God.
second daughter home from the hospital,
Off to a great start.
Brian was diagnosed with ALS.
Oh, he wasn't always like this. Okay, that makes so much more sense.
I was told I had 6 months to live.
How does she understand
That
this?
was 7 years ago.
No, seems like it did a number on
It
him.
feels like they're abusing this guy. Why are we listening to Stephen Hawking, but it's not Stephen Hawking? And he doesn't even have a computer.
We could not change
That's rough.
Brian's diagnosis, but we knew how to organize. So we co-founded a nonprofit called I Am ALS, and thousands of terminally ill patients fought for new therapies, $1 billion to fund ALS research, and earlier access to treatments, all of which President Biden signed into law. We will also keep fighting alongside patients living with Parkinson's, young onset dementia, and Alzheimer's. We've seen just how relentless activism can beat the odds, just like what Brian has been doing for 7 years. And that
I
is
feel
what
bad for
we
the guy.
need right now to elect
Terrible
Kamala Harris,
situation, but
because she
kind
is
of a
the daughter
goofy
of a breast
speech.
cancer researcher. She knows the promise of science.
Did he really say all that?
And that patients
No.
need to be able
Something
to get
tells
the
me
care
this is
they
her
need
talking now.
wherever they live. We all want to make life better for the next generation and believe that people like Brian can be the first generation of survivors. And we can make life better for our caregivers too.
Someone needs to get this guy a computer. What is going on? Why doesn't he get like a Stephen Hawking computer?
Brian and I are still driven by hope
Or like
and by
one of those
faith
Elon
in what
Musk
we can
things,
do collectively.
like an implant.
And that includes the power of our vote. This November, we are voting for our future. Because we plan to be around for it.
This is abusive.
That's crazy. You're just not allowed to say anything either, because if you say anything, then you're an asshole. You laugh, you lose. That's like a you laugh, you lose
Please
challenge.
welcome
Yup, it
Illinois
is.
Senator Dick Durbin.
Don't say, a guy rolls out in a wheelchair. Don't say it. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. You're a total asshole. Like, it's a horrible situation, but I don't know. Is that really necessary?
I've known Brian and Sandra for years. In fact, Sandra was my personal press secretary. You will not find a more courageous couple.
There it is.
Let's give Brian and Sandra another round of applause.
W.
In every election campaign, we Democrats talk about jobs. Now, forget for a moment Donald Trump's wild claims. He lost millions of jobs in America. He promised to bring back manufacturing jobs, but he failed. He promised to deliver infrastructure, but he failed. His record was defined by failure. To put it another way, Donald Trump is like a bad boss. You want time off to take care of your sick parents? Ask Donald Trump. Denied. In Donald Trump's America, there is no paid family leave. Want to have a child, but need IVF? Too bad. That's shut down too. Want a pay raise? Too bad. The boss just gave himself one, so there's nothing left for you. Donald Trump reminds us of a boss we all had. The guy who thinks he's a very stable genius, but is driving the company into the ground.
Okay, so this
Now
is
get
like the
this.
seething wagey
Donald
convention.
Trump did make history. Let's give him credit. He is one of only 2 presidents in the history of the United States to leave office with fewer Americans working than when he started.
Oh,
Now he
please.
wants a chance to make America unemployed again.
Hey,
On
thanks,
the other
guys.
hand,
That's so
Thanks for dropping
shameless.
by.
let's take a look at the record of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They recovered all those millions of jobs that Trump watched slip away. They added over 6 million jobs on top of that. 16 million jobs in total. 16 million.
It's because of the pandemic.
Today, more roads are getting fixed.
I'm already on
more
my second
factories
year.
are being built. More Americans are working construction, and more auto workers are making cars than on any
God, I
month
hope
when
not. It's
Trump
really
was
weird when that
president.
happens. When I say
And we
something and
know
then Nick
behind
says
every
exactly the
job
same thing.
is a person or community forever changed. Data centers in Wisconsin, semiconductors in Pennsylvania, electric vehicles in Michigan. Yes. Hello, Michigan. These investments mean strong economy, growing public schools, and well-funded, well-staffed first responders. These investments mean hope. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. They'll fight for the places that are too often left behind. Fight to change lives and uplift communities. Fight to bring back American manufacturing. My friend, Ed Smith, a giant of the Illinois laborers.
Bad tie. I don't like the color of that tie.
He's a great fellow. We lost him this year. But Ed Smith told us there's joy in this battle. When we win, we help people buy their first homes, send their kids to college, and retire with dignity. Incidentally, that happens to be my family's story too. My mom and dad worked for the railroad. Because we were a strong union family, we were able not just to get by, but to get ahead. That's the American economy Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. Let's join that fight and build it together.
It's interesting. He talked all about the economy.
Now let's hear from some union workers on the ground in Arizona, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration investment in America.
Welcome to Phoenix. Donald Trump said he'd bring back American manufacturing, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually did it. Thanks to them, plumbers and pipe fitters like us are building the factories, semiconductor plants, and data centers of the future. We are hard at work in Phoenix, Mesa, Goodyear, Chandler, and more. Our neighborhoods, schools, and local businesses are growing. Sometimes we have so many projects that we send fabrication out to other states. Our local union is now up to 4,800 trades members. That's up from 2,800 in 2020, thanks to Joe and Kamala.
And it's an exciting time for us in the next generation. Our apprenticeship program now trains over 1,100 people a year. Every year at local high schools, when they announce what graduating
Just
seniors are doing next, more and more of these
of
kids are
all
joining
this
the
is what
trades.
grates on me more
My
than
son is a
anything.
senior in high school this year, and he plans
It's
to
like
join
just
us.
a scripted,
Not just for the
like
great career and the financial
overly
security that
produced,
all us parents want for our kids,
no humanity.
but it's because he's excited to work on the cutting edge of innovation. Kamala Harris will keep
Like who says
investing
that? My
in
son
American
is excited to work
manufacturing.
on the cutting edge of
With her
innovation
commitment,
because of
there's
Kamala
nothing
Harris.
that us
Thank
American
you,
workers can't
Kamala.
build.
Thank you for being amazing, Kamala.
Please welcome
You helped my son
Ohio
work on the cutting
Representative
edge of innovation.
Joyce Beatty.
Only in Ohio.
Yeah, exactly. We're just a couple of guys hanging out, wearing jeans, talking about our sons working on the cutting edge of innovation. Thanks to Kamala Harris and her leadership.
Good evening. I'm Joyce Beatty, and I'm proud to represent
That's a good
Ohio in
jacket.
Congress.
That's a real good
I
jacket.
was
I like the
born
collar.
in the
I like the
Buckeye
color too.
State, and I've never left. Now, J.D. Vance likes to talk about how he's from Ohio, but as soon as he could, he ran away to Yale and Silicon Valley,
True.
cozying up with billionaires
True.
while trashing our communities.
Yep.
Yep.
JD
The
has been our
community.
senator for 18 months. And what has he done for hardworking Americans? Nothing.
True.
He's
True.
been busy
That's right.
writing the
That's
foreword
right.
to the book from the Project
Little racist neck.
2025 guy.
W. Project 2025, though.
While JD and Donald Trump have been sharing conspiracy theories from the darkest corners of our internet.
That's me.
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been busy
Thanks, Mike. You're
expanding
welcome.
access to the internet, while the other guys have been criticizing women without children.
Well,
Joe and Kamala have been expanding the child tax credit. And let me just tell you, cutting the poverty rate for our children. Kamala and Joe Biden have been also at the same time reducing the price of health care for our seniors. And yes, securing a cap of $35 on insulin. And as JD and Trump, they want to take us back to the past. Kamala and Joe have been bringing the jobs of the future to America today. With the CHIPS Act, a $280 billion
Oh my gosh.
investment. And that's
Oh,
not
brother.
just a big number. It means new semiconductor plants and thousands of good-paying jobs. You see, I worked with Kamala to pass it, and I saw her leadership style up close, a rare combination of brilliance,
Oh,
legal
please.
expertise,
Kamala
and
Harris
Oh,
is
really?
a horrible leader, according
see,
to
it's
everyone who's ever
simple.
worked
Yeah,
for her.
she's really
JD
brilliant.
and Trump like to talk about states like Ohio, but Kamala and Joe actually get stuff done for us. And so does our next vice president and my good friend, Governor Tim Walz. America, are you ready to build on our progress? Are you ready to turn out for leaders who know that action speaks louder than words? Are you ready to vote for Kamala Harris? Are you ready to put people over politics?
It's like all women
once and
there.
for all? Well, the
Lizzo.
air of joy and freedom is
Precious.
up
Was
on
that
us.
Precious?
And now it is on us to go seize it. Thank you. God bless you.
Oh, jeez. This crowd is so cooked. Total freak show.
Please welcome AFSCME President Lee Saunders, SEIU President April Barrett, LIUNA General President.
What is that?
Oh my gosh.
IBEW International President Jim
Oh,
Cooper,
these are unions.
CWA President
All
Rod
unions are
Cummings,
socialists.
and AFL-CIO President Liz Schuler.
Wait, it's the same guy who spoke at the.
Look
That's the
at
same
these
guy.
people. Look at this disgusting pig on
Is
the
that
right.
isn't that the same guy that spoke at the RNC? Am I making that up? Oh no, that's not the same guy. It looks like it could be him, but it's not. This guy looks like a lizard. He looks like he has scales.
Ugh.
Union, yes. Union, yes. Union,
What does that
yes.
even mean?
Union, yes.
He looks like he has scales on the top of his head.
Yes.
Unions are run by lizard people. Confirmed.
What a stupid phrase.
I'm Lee Saunders, president of AFSCME, a union of 1.4 million public service workers in healthcare, corrections, sanitation, and more. 4 years ago, we faced a pandemic and a recession with a president who didn't care one bit what working people were going through.
Oh,
unions suck.
Enter
They do
Joe
suck.
Biden and Kamala
All unions
Harris.
are socialists. That's not to say everyone in a union is a socialist. It's just to say all
Within
unions are
weeks,
socialists.
They passed the American Rescue Plan, pulling the
Hey,
economy
thanks.
back
Okay, I
from the brink
appreciate it. Come on, guys.
and
Let's
putting
make
us
progress towards that
back
goal. Come
to
on.
work.
I know it's boring night.
They're guided by a basic principle.
It's going to get
more
more
freedom
uppity as the night
for
goes
working
on.
people, including the freedom to join a union. So this November, we're moving forward with Kamala Harris as our president.
Look at this one now.
I am April Barrett, and I am
Ugh.
the president of
Teachers
SEIU,
Union.
representing 2 million service and care workers.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh.
We're all in for Kamala Harris.
What is wrong with her voice? It sounds like my voice when I've been yelling.
Always been all in for us. Vice President Harris joined fast food workers on the picket line, and she walked a day in the shoes of a home care worker. She shares our vision for a modern day labor movement, a movement that meets the needs of workers
What
in
is
the
with the
21st
squeak?
century,
Disgusting
and an economy
pig.
that is ready for the future. It is going to be together that we write new rules to make it easier for all workers to join a union.
I'm not sure that calling her
we,
fat is the one you guys
y'all,
think it is,
we
but okay.
are going to build a younger, darker, hipper, fresher, sneaker-wearing labor movement.
Oh my
A
gosh.
movement
A
that is
darker.
going to be more inclusive
Yeah.
and built for the middle
Pants
class.
sagging, ignorant,
We are
loudmouth,
going to end
obnoxious. Yeah, that's about right.
wage work for once and for
Darker,
all.
younger, sneaker wearing. Yeah. Arizona iced
So
tea
let's do
drinking,
the
liquor
work.
store robbing.
Let's elect Kamala Harris so that together we will usher
Not
in
commenting
a
on
new
that.
era of worker power, and together we will win the future. Let's go get it.
Yeah, they'd have to actually work. That's the only hiccup there. They'd have to actually labor. I think that's kind of anathema to them, though.
I'm Brent Booker, and I'm proud to represent LIUNA, the Laborers International Union of North America. We're construction workers, public employees, and postal mail handlers. For decades, we've fought for more investment in our infrastructure. While Trump made empty promises, the Biden-Harris administration delivered. Now we're rebuilding highways, bridges, and tunnels, and powering a clean energy and manufacturing boom. Thanks to them, our members can buy a home, put their kids through school, retire with dignity.
This guy's got like
As
an old
president,
school physiognomy.
Kamala
Looks like
Harris
somebody
will
from
keep
100 years
fighting
ago.
For workers who are building America.
But he's a cuck for being there. The Pit Vipers, that's crazy.
Hello, hello. I'm Kenny Cooper.
Bad tie. Bad tie.
840,000 IBW members, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. The IBW powers America, from fire alarms to solar farms, nuclear plants to battery plants, storm restoration to power lines. And we've been doing it for over 130 years. Today, we're building a new energy future while providing great paying jobs and a stable retirement for all working families. Every step of the way, Kamala Harris has been there for us. She's bringing back American manufacturing to forgotten places.
Hey, Angel Eyes, I
throughout our
appreciate you.
country.
Thank you.
She cast the deciding vote to save our pension plans. She's lifted our apprentices up all over the nation. And guess what? She's not afraid to use the word union. She has came through
My
for
queen.
all of us, and it's our turn
Queen.
to come through for her. Thank you.
Did you see her? She had flowers in her hair.
Hi, I'm Claude Cummings Jr., president of CWA, the Communication Workers of America.
Ugh.
We all saw the digital divide during the pandemic. Millions of American families didn't have access to high-speed internet at home. Too many kids were forced to go online class in McDonald's parking lots. But as
Oh,
Vice President,
stop.
Kamala
Yeah, that
Harris
was
helped pass
happening.
the
Sure.
largest investment in broadband ever.
They were stealing the fucking laptops and iPads. Yeah,
She gave CWA
all those
members
black kids
a seat
going
at
to
the table
McDonald's,
so we could work
use
to
the
connect
internet.
every
Yeah, fucking
household to
sure.
the
They're
internet
stealing the
by
iPads and the
creating
laptops they were
union
giving them.
jobs.
Wow.
They're smoking weed in the
Listen,
parking lot. Yeah, they're
It's,
going to class. They're going to math
We don't
class.
play at
It's
CWA.
Hey, y'all
racism.
got
It's
the
racism
homework?
night on
Y'all
Disco.
got the answer to number 12? Yeah, right. They're
Racism
smoking
night in
joints in the
Convention.
parking lot, stealing the laptops and
That's
iPads.
okay. He's still funny. He's still gonna
to
lighten
work
things up for us.
with our
Give me a
next
break.
President Kamala Harris.
There was one part of Chicago where literally 100% of the personal devices were stolen by the students. 100%.
Representing nearly 13 million American workers. This election is about two economic visions. One where families live paycheck to paycheck, where people have no right to join a union. A
Yeah, we really
CEO's
should
dream,
abolish all unions.
but a worker's nightmare.
W.
Abolish
W.
all
An
unions.
CEOs rule.
Where we
Look at
lower
this,
the
yeah.
costs of groceries, prescriptions, and
Look
housing.
at this fucking pinhead.
Where we go after big pharma, corporate landlords, and price gougers. Where there's no such
Abolish
thing
all
as
unions.
a man's job or a woman's job, or like Donald Trump would say, a black job.
Well, you know.
Just a good union job.
Please.
Yeah, the DNC is brings out the best in Nick Fuentes.
President Joe
Exactly.
Biden has fought for.
Astronauts and
And that's
scientists.
the future Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will keep fighting for. Let's build it together.
All unions are
Please
socialist,
welcome
guys.
Los
Not
Angeles
every
Mayor
union member is a
Karen
socialist because a
Bass.
lot of times you have to join them, but all unions are socialist.
Hello. Hello, Democrats. Hello, Democrats. Are you as excited as I am? I've known Kamala Harris for almost 20 years. Our bond was forged years ago by a shared commitment to children, a belief that it is everyone's
Kamala, very committed to
responsibility
the next
to care
generation.
for every child, no matter where they come from and no matter who their parents are.
Oh, kind of sounds like abolish the
knows
family,
that
doesn't it?
Each generation has an
That's a
obligation
trickle down
to
abolish
the
the
next.
family talking point.
That's why when I was Speaker of the State Assembly and she was a prosecutor, we fought to address youth homelessness and reform the child welfare system. We wanted to make sure that California's foster youth aren't cut off and left on their own the day they turn 18. As Attorney General, Kamala created our state's Bureau of Children's Justice and worked to give children in the juvenile justice system the support they needed. And when I asked her to swear me in, the first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles.
Yeah, and it's a shithole. It should have been the other guy.
We knew we were sending a message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead. Now, I know Kamala, and she feels the importance of this work in her bones. When Kamala meets a young person, you can feel her passion. You can feel her heart, and you can feel her fearlessness. That is what defines a commitment to children, being willing to fight fiercely for every child. And trust me, Kamala has done that her entire life. So this November, we're gonna fight to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of these United States.
These are so boring. These speeches are so boring. Like, this is actually worse than the RNC, I think.
Please welcome Grammy-nominated country music star Mickey Guyton.
Oh, good. Black.
Oh.
What? Oh, we're getting
my
an interlude. We're
gosh.
getting a song.
It's literally just like the blue GOP.
The lines on the interstate.
Oh my gosh. What?
Just on a back road.
I thought there'd be no country music here.
Nick is like, why did I
There'd be no country. Isn't this the DNC? Where's the rap?
Nick is like, I made a horrible mistake.
What the fuck? This is so weird. They're just like the same party. They both have unions. They're both like pro-worker. They both have country. This is crazy.
Oh, it's filling up. Look, the whole arena's filling up. It's early before. People are out eating or like getting or like, you know, drinking or whatever. It's really more like pop.
That's better than Kid Rock.
Wow.
What? This is the Democrats?
Wow.
This is the Democrats? This is crazy.
Wow.
Have like a hot white girl with a flag? Since when?
Cold beer, champagne, millionaires,
Cold beer.
They're not socialists.
Cold beer, Texas
I
stars.
fucking told you Democrats aren't socialists.
This is like bizarre.
See? They're like, we are appealing to the middle class America. That's what they're doing. Democrats are like, we are the party of the middle class. We are the party of the average person. We are the party of people who just want to go to work and go home and do whatever they want. And we are the party of freedom. They've literally said this lately. Really? Is this confirmed, Mike, or are you speculating? Hey, I appreciate the super chat, bro. Thank you. Guys, I need like 35 more or 39 more $5 super chats to be my goal for today. You appreciate this coverage. Throw in $5, will ya? Help me do this for ya. Make it a little bit more entertaining.
Why the country? Why?
Because they're appealing to middle America,
Where's Charlie
Nick.
XCX?
Because they're
You just
appealing to
can't
the
get
average
away. You
person.
can't get away from anything bad.
They're pulling away Trump's votes. That's why.
Look at this shit. That's their Uncle Jam. That's Uncle Jamundo. I am Uncle Jam. I am Uncle Jam of Zimbabwe. Man, this is weird. They are really making a play for white people and like Republicans.
Exactly. Nick made
Very
it.
obvious.
He got there.
That was Biden. That's this.
I knew he would get there. I believed in him.
Was she like the MC?
As we look ahead to our collective future,
Collective.
it's important
Drink.
to reflect on all the
Collective.
incredible
Drink.
progress that we've made in the last 4 years.
Communist?
The
Yes!
Biden-Harris administration
Yes!
laid the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient nation. They invested in critical
Nick's been
infrastructure,
paying attention. He knows.
delivered relief when disaster struck, and made healthcare more affordable. Kamala Harris cares. And unlike Donald Trump, she has a plan, not just for the next 4 or 8 years, but for generations to come. Now, let's hear from some of my fellow state executives about how Kamala Harris and Tim
Hey, thanks,
Walz
Judgmental
are
Lizard. I
investing in the
appreciate it.
long-term future for
Thank you.
our
Beer money.
nation.
Yes, this is what this fund is for. It's for my sanity in the form of beer and wine.
What the?
For the
is
last
that a
night.
tranny on the dais?
Hey, thank you, Micah.
Or such a fat
Appreciate
guy?
it.
I'm Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis. I'm the proud son of a union bus driver from Pittsburgh. Every
I thought he
day,
said
my
union
dad would
buster.
come
I was
home
like,
and tell me
ooh.
about how our roads and bridges were in disrepair. President Trump promised us Infrastructure Week over and over again.
True.
He really didn't care, though, and it never happened. But President Biden and Vice President Harris are on our side. They brought together Democrats and Republicans to get it done. We got I-95 in Philly fixed in less than 2 weeks. We repaired the Fern Hollow Bridge in Pittsburgh in record time. Right now, we're repairing roads and bridges across Pennsylvania, including in Pittsburgh, the city of bridges. And Vice President Harris is looking forward. She's committed to keeping our infrastructure safe and modern. When I think about the future, I think about my daughter Harper and all of America's children.
Investing in them means investing in our infrastructure. It means replacing millions of lead pipes. It means providing clean air, clean water, safe roads and bridges, not just for us, but for generations to come. That's the legacy that President Biden is leaving our children. Let's keep building bridges to the future with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's work.
In Wisconsin, we also need leaders by our side. I'm Wisconsin's Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez. But
Hola, Sarah.
before I took office, I was a registered nurse. I served
She's
in the
cute.
Peace Corps at the height of HIV/AIDS and in Baltimore emergency rooms at the height of the heroin and gun violence epidemics. During the COVID pandemic, Trump and Wisconsin Republicans failed to protect our health. The red district blew. Because once a nurse, always a nurse. Now Trump is promising to terminate the Affordable Care Act, meddling in personal decisions between a woman and her
Is she a
doctor,
Jew?
and threatening to slash Medicare. Vice President Harris fights for our health. She'll defend women's reproductive freedom and protect Medicare and Medicaid. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, insulin is capped at $35 a month for seniors. And they negotiated down the prices of 10 more life-saving drugs like Eliquis and Jardiance for Americans on Medicare. Kamala will continue to take on Big Pharma and lower the cost of prescriptions for everyone.
Is she? Let's check.
Of course.
Early life check.
Healthcare isn't just about drugs and treatment. It's about freedom. The freedom to make your own choices and the freedom to get the care you need without worrying about
Doesn't look
the
like it, no.
cost. Kamala Harris is fighting for that healthy future.
Hey, fascist New World Order, that problem we were talking about is
tell y'all
solved.
About Texas leadership.
We don't need to go into any more detail than that.
I'm County Executive Lena Hidalgo, and I serve the 5 million residents.
I love how
of
they start the
Harris
speech
County.
from in the corner and they walk out. I'll tell you something about Texas.
Harris County includes
Where's that coming
Houston.
from? She
Texas
like walks
Governor
onto the
Ann
stage.
Richards said,
Yo!
I've been tested by fire.
Kind of funny.
And the fire lost.
W fire.
In the years I've been in office, we've dealt with chemical fires. We've dealt with 10 floods, 7 hurricanes, a deadly winter freeze, and of course the pandemic.
She's hot.
I am
that
so
last
tired of
disaster
hearing about the
struck,
goddamn pandemic.
Donald Trump
I'm
abandoned
so
us.
tired of it.
Donald Trump.
He spread
Donde es
misinformation
Donald
that
Trump?
cost lives. Compare that to 2021.
It's empanada night.
Texas
It's
power
burrito
grid
night at the
went dark.
DNC.
Kamala Harris didn't just put out a tweet. She called me to make sure we had what we needed. Over the years, I've learned that Kamala Harris always calls. And not only does she call,
I hate the
she
nails
delivers. The very week she launched her campaign, she was down in Texas with vital FEMA assistance.
Hey,
right
Murphy's
after
Pool.
Hurricane Beryl.
Thank
Kamala
you.
Harris
Thank you,
cares.
Gnostic. Yep, the Gnostic sex cult
She
is rioting.
will
True.
never risk lives for the sake of politics. And she's leading the charge to protect our communities from extreme weather. The Biden-Harris administration have announced at least $1 billion to help us with just that. And Houston is thriving.
Hey, thanks,
We
Mary too.
deserve leaders who acknowledge
Yeah, right.
the threats
It's all AI.
of the existence
Heck.
of climate change.
Heck.
We deserve tough leaders
Fake.
who have our backs
fake and gay.
We deserve compassionate leaders ready to help. That's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Does she have like a lisp? Kamala, it is.
Personally attest that Kamala
What
is
is
a
this?
leader
Why
who has
they start talking?
I
as they
agree.
walk
It's
up?
weird. They walk out like while they're talking.
That's so funny. Why do they start talking as
They
they walk
practice
up?
this. You know this. They
That's so
practice
funny.
this.
title just as dear to me. Kamala Harris's
It's like WWE.
friend.
Their entrance music starts
I
playing.
met her when we were
Interference?
both young women trying
Crowd
to
pop?
navigate the halls of power. I worked in housing. She had just been elected district attorney. We get frequent lunches together, and she was funny and fun.
Kamala Harris
She
was funny at
also
lunch,
a
guys.
great mentor. Once, I told her about a professional experience of being minimized because I was a woman. She put her fork down and said, Eleni, never let anybody make you feel small. I saw her put
She was
that
stunning and
creed
brave.
into action. When Wall Street foreclosed on millions of homes, Washington wisdom was that $4 billion was the best you could do. Other attorneys generally
Too many women,
agreed.
man.
But because Kamala Harris grew up in a
Boring.
middle-class home, she knew
Boring
that wasn't enough
and
for all the
sucks.
working families who got screwed over. So she put her foot down and refused to settle for less. Kamala Harris won $20 billion from the big banks for California homeowners. And that's because she cares. She cares so much that if you're lucky enough to be her friend, she calls you on her birthday, and sometimes she sings to you. She called me on mine right when I had decided to run for lieutenant governor. She asked tough questions. I promised I'd follow her lead and invest in the future. Together, we shattered that glass ceiling, California, and got to work. I am so glad the country is getting to see the Kamala that I've known for decades. For Californians and Pennsylvanians, for Texans and Wisconsinites, for states red and blue and everything in between, President Biden and Vice President Harris have been investing in our future and are on our side.
Hey,
and
thanks,
we
Murphy Spool. Halfway
are not
there.
Going back.
This is boring AF though, seriously. I'm like playing a video game right now. I'm getting caught up on hill climb racing.
Tough watch, guys.
Do you know about
good.
Project
Dropping it.
2025?
Oh!
The far right's playbook.
It is Trump's vision for
W.
America's
Yes.
future.
I wish.
It will ban abortion
I
nationwide.
wish, dude.
Raise
Why can't he
taxes
be
on
like
middle-class
this? Hell
families.
yeah. Yes.
Gun
Raise
Medicaid.
him.
That's
Yes.
money that
Gun.
funds a lot of
No, I'm
medical
kidding. That's a
treatment.
joke.
Strip rights from LGBTQ plus
Finally. Finally.
I'm not finished.
Cut overtime.
Yes,
It is going
yes.
to affect workers' bottom
Yeah.
lines. Give them
Goodbye.
unchecked power.
And I will
Absolute
wield that
power.
very aggressively.
And it begins his first day
Unlimited.
back in office.
In an exclusive undercover video, a co-author of Project 2025 saying that Donald Trump, quote, blessed the work he's doing now.
He's been at our organization. He's raised money for our organization. He's blessed it. So he's very supportive of what we do.
Doesn't allow for the blessing.
He only wants control.
Thank you,
Raise your
Caspar.
right
Very
hand.
generous. I appreciate you. Thank you.
These are the stakes.
Two-thirds of the way there.
Wants to take our country backward.
This is our fight.
Boom.
We are not going back.
I wish that was real. Imagine if that was
Please
the real
welcome
Trump.
Michigan State Senator
Now that
Mallory
I would vote
McMorrow.
for. He's going to ban abortion,
What
take
is
away
this?
LGBT rights, destroy labor
that?
unions, unlimited power.
What is that?
I wish.
Are we having a story?
I'm Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow.
Oh, I kind of like her look.
She looks like a Mallory.
She's got that crazy bitch look. It's kind of hot.
This is Project 2025.
Wait, is she a guy?
Oh.
Okay, there's like a 50% chance that's a guy.
Now,
Adam's apple.
Because of the voice. The
Adam's
voice
apple.
sounds like a
Adam's
guy.
apple.
What is in
Adam's apple.
this 900-page
I don't know. I can't
document?
tell. She either looks like a guy or
Why?
like a crazy bitch. It's the hair.
Because this is the Republican
Adam's
blueprint
apple.
for a second Trump term.
No, it's not a guy. No, that's not a guy, is it?
Adam's apple.
They went ahead
Let
and
me
wrote
check.
down all the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted it out.
Can you
Putting
believe
it
that?
out on
They
the
just
internet
tweeted about their
for
idea.
everybody
No,
to
I don't
read.
think so, right?
I don't actually.
So-
think
No, that's a woman, isn't it?
We read it. And whatever you think it might
You
be,
can never
it is
tell.
so much worse.
Oh, she's Catholic. Okay,
Tonight,
she's
I
not
want to tell
trans.
you about just one aspect of Project 2025. It's planned to
I
turn
love it. I
Donald
love her
Trump
look. I love that Irish
into
look.
a dictator.
Hell fucking yeah. Dude, imagine.
I fucking wish Donald Trump was a dictator.
Yeah, she's a woman.
Right here on page 535.
Look at her hair.
it
She looks
says,
like
quote,
Tangled. She looked, no, who's
reissue
the
Trump's
Scottish
Schedule F
one?
executive order to permit
With the
discharge
arrows?
of non-performing employees. Now that doesn't sound that scary, right? But here's what it actually means in plain English. If Donald Trump
This is
gets
crazy.
back into the White House,
She's like a
he's going to fire civil servants,
Irish Catholic,
like intelligence officers,
big red
engineers,
hair.
and even federal prosecutors if he decides that they don't serve his personal agenda.
Jewish husband, though.
They're
Cringe.
talking about
No.
replacing the entire federal government with an army
Oh.
of loyalists.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
who
Yes.
answer only to
Exactly.
Donald Trump.
Exactly.
I wish. I
Yes.
wish, babe. I wish.
It would be amazing.
All right, then. Okay. Page 873. It says, quote, conservatives have long believed in either ending law enforcement activities of independent agencies or ending their independent status. Again, that sounds pretty boring. But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents.
wish.
Hell yeah.
He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force.
That'd be pretty great.
Let's go. Wait, is this the RNC or the DNC?
That is not how it works in America.
Well,
I know.
It should be.
But it
That's
should.
how it works in dictatorships.
Exactly.
Awesome. I can't
and
wait.
That's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind.
Minion.
An expansion of presidential powers like no president
Bello.
has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way,
I wish I was a
if you're
MAGA
asking
minion.
if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution, even if he breaks the law.
Let's go. Well, he's a lawless. He's above the law, actually.
But
so
that's
impossible.
not who we are.
Impossible.
Because
Can't break the
we
law if you're above the law.
believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Boo.
Not the government of Donald Trump.
Oh,
by
yeah?
Donald Trump and for
In New York
Donald
City.
Trump.
Mm.
We believe in the separation of powers and the rule of law. We believe in a system built up to serve everyone, not breaking a system to serve one petty, selfish man.
That's
The
crazy.
truth is, there's only one way.
Imagine
to stop
if
it.
she got in your
to
face and her
stop
hair was flying
Project
around. She was like, "You're a
2025.
petty, selfish man."
How do we do it?
Nick is having a fantasy right now that
That's crazy.
probably shouldn't be having live on the internet, but you know, that's
She's so feisty, she can't be tamed.
We'll be back tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
More? There's more of her? Oh, damn. I love how she looks when she walks away. Don't you love to see her go?
California Senator LaFonza Butler.
Boo. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, Nick does need to get married. Nick needs
And
to
it's
find
over.
a wife.
Democrats.
Uh-huh. True.
California delegates, make some noise.
Oh, cry fucking
That was
harder,
crazy.
bitch. Cry harder.
It's great to see so many familiar faces.
I was starting to enjoy the DNC. It's like hot, crazy bitch. Talking
Yeah, I
about
probably
how Trump's
should.
gonna
You're
be a
right about that.
dictator.
Thank
I
you
was
for the
like,
super
let's just
chat.
let this go on. Can we
And
get more of that programming?
I can't forget
Can
the
we get
state
4
that
days
I
of
was
that?
born.
The one
and
from
raised
Alabama.
in
Here's the one from Alabama. Trump
Mississippi
is going to be a
Democrats,
dictator
let everybody
and fill
hear
up the
you.
government with minions and loyalists. And here he is.
Democrats,
Man,
before I
if only you
joined
knew how
the
different
Senate,
things could be.
I was a leader in the labor movement.
He mentions me in
So
anti-white
I know
Leo.
a champion for the
Hey,
people
thanks,
when
Green
I
Eyed
see
Lady.
one.
I appreciate you.
People are saying the mic
I
is
met
quiet.
Kamala
Test,
Harris when
test.
she was district attorney, and I was president of a large care workers union. We hit it off right away.
Let me
What
know
really
if it's
impressed
fixed.
me
Test.
was how well she got to know my family.
Okay, thank you guys.
My wife, Naniki, but especially our daughter, Nyla.
LaFonza.
And as soon as Nyla heard that Miss Kamala was
What kind of name
running
is
for
that? Is that
president, she
French?
asked if she could be vice president. So no disrespect.
I appreciate
to
you hunting down that video, Green Eyed Lady. Thank you for that.
Excuse me, LaFonza? Nah, you ain't pronouncing it right. It
President
LaFonza.
Harris and I share a lot in
LaFonza.
common. We both graduated from historically black colleges.
Oh, she has a wife?
Me from Jackson State University.
Brad.
The vice president from Howard University. We were both raised by mothers who worked fiercely to provide for us.
Oh, it's the Coke Be Less White
And
story.
we both
Okay.
believe
Okay.
that every single
Coke
one
Be
of
Less
us
White story.
has the
That's old.
power to change the world when we choose to do it together. You see, Kamala Harris has always understood the assignment. No matter if she were the underdog, no matter the bullying or the name calling, she never doubted.
She
that our
understood the
best was still
assignment.
ahead.
Shut up.
She knew a better future. A better future was possible.
She understood
if we
the
stood
assignment.
side by
Shut the
side with our
fuck up.
neighbors, and we fought for it. No matter what language they spoke, no matter what country they came from, no matter the size of their bank account. And that's what she did. As a prosecutor, together with law enforcement, she prioritized holding criminals accountable and
All right,
protecting
so he doesn't really
public
talk
safety.
about me. He just talks about the Coke Be Less White
State
story. Doesn't even
Attorney
pronounce my
General
name correctly, by the
together
way.
With students, she put a scam college out of business. After the mortgage crisis, together with families who lost their homes, she took on the biggest banks in the world.
Yeah, he's all
and
right.
won a settlement.
He's all right, kind of funny.
Times what was
Wears
initially
good ties most of the time. Bad ties sometimes. Good ties most of the
Every
time.
time she walked into a courtroom, she would simply say, Kamala Harris for the people.
Yeah, how many
For
mentions
her,
of
it
Israel
wasn't
are there going to be at
just
the
a professional
DNC, do we
oath.
think?
It was a battle cry. And let's be clear, to her opponents, this way of seeing the world, the idea of fighting for someone other than yourself is unthinkable. But let me tell you, Democrats, what's really unthinkable. Conning young people who simply want a good education is unthinkable. Stiffing hardworking laborers like Donald Trump did in Atlantic City is unthinkable.
bragging about having ripped away a woman's freedom to choose what she does with her own body.
Yeah, I like Nick's
is
tie tonight. I think it looks like
unthinkable.
blue, but it has like some gold
Americans,
pattern on
we
it.
deserve better. We deserve a president who is tough, not just tough talking. One who shatters the boundaries of what's possible, not the boundaries of what's legal. And one who wipes the floor with cheats and fraudsters because, well, Democrats, she knows the type. Democrats, that president, the president that we deserve, that president is my friend, Kamala Harris. Thank you all so much.
Boo, boring. Oh, hey, thanks for dressing up, buddy. Nice hat.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deja Fox, and I'm so excited to be here today from Arizona.
Arizona?
That's right. That's
Oh,
where
she's
I was
from Arizona.
born and raised by a single mom. I was a free lunch kid raised in public housing, and I got my health care at Planned Parenthood.
Bitch. Fucking bitch.
Because of policies that lift people up, I
It's a
walked
little
through
unnecessary.
the gates of my dream school as a first-generation college student. People my age are making big decisions about our lives, and we deserve a president who has our back. Not some power-hungry millionaire reality TV personality who only cares about himself. We need Kamala Harris. She'll deliver a future where we can decide if and when to start a family. A future where we can afford rent and groceries. A future where we're not crushed under student debt. A future where any free lunch kid can walk through the gates of their dream college. For young people, this is a fight for our future. We have a responsibility to do this, and we have a responsibility to do it right, and that's why we're going to show up for Kamala Harris and Tim Wolf. And here now, with a musical performance, is Jason Isbell.
Oh,
Thank
another
you.
song. Okay.
More music.
Is this country again? It is country again. What the fuck?
No.
Middle America. They're the party of the people.
Why?
They're the
Why
party
is there
of
so
freedom.
much of this? They took the worst of both. It's like unions and diversity and women, and then country music from the GOP.
You see that hammer finds the nail and the freight train terrain. I guess I'm doing what I'm on this earth.
Republicans are so pissed off at all the flags in this too. Republicans are like, how dare they have the American flag at their convention?
I'm just lucky to have the word.
Conservatives are going to be like, they only went to the free concert. Thank God.
But I thank God for the word.
I got a tweet.
I'm going to respond to Nick Reese and be like, they're only there for the free concert.
Back in my chair beside the Father and the Son. No more holes to fill and no more rocks to break. No more open boxes on the truck for someone else's sake. You see that hammer finds the nail and the poor man's up to say, I guess I'm doing what I'm on this earth to do. I don't think why I'm here where it hurts. I'm just lucky to have the word. And every night I dream I'm but I thank God for the world.
Awesome.
And the
Awesome.
day will come,
I just tweeted.
I'll find reason.
Juice my tweet.
Somebody proud to love a man like me. 'Cause my back is numb, my hands are freezing.
I don't hate this song. I hate most country music, but I don't hate this particular song.
I don't tango when here where it hurts.
Nick Tweet says, hang on. Nick Tweet says, R&C, Forced Diversity, Country Music, Disavow Project 2025, Union Leaders. DNC, Forced Diversity, Country Music, Disavow Project 2025, Union Leaders.
Brutal. Oh, man.
Thank you. Shout out to my Alabama delegation over there. I love y'all.
Kamala Harris worked hard to achieve her goals.
Raised by a working mother, I had a summer job at McDonald's.
Donald Trump worked hard to spend his dad's
Oh
fortune.
God, this is like a repeat.
The
of
fucking
2016.
believes in working hard for the American people.
This was exactly what 2016 was, except it was Hillary Clinton
Donald
instead of
Trump
Kamala
believes in
Harris.
working hard for his billionaire friends.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Dude, stop making me want to vote. Stop making me want to vote again.
Please welcome former Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo.
Hello, Democrats. Hello, Chicago. It's a great honor for me to be here this evening. You know, long before I was the governor of Rhode Island, I was a little girl growing up there in a middle-class family. My dad found his American dream in a watch factory in Providence. And that job gave him a way to provide for our family, a community for him to belong to, and so much pride. But like so many Americans in the 80s, after 25 years of his hard work, his job and the job of all
She
of
looks
his
like Michael
friends
Knowles.
were shipped overseas. You know, years later,
Learn to code.
my dad said to me, Gina, this happened because our leaders let us down.
Are all women this bad
My
at
father was
speaking?
right. The Republicans in power who pushed
Like, I feel like some of the
economic
Republican
strategy.
women are at least a little bit more
Let's just
entertaining than
cut
this.
taxes for the wealthy
All the
and
Democrat
leave
women
everybody
suck.
else behind. Well, not only did my father lose
Is it
his
because they're
job,
girl bosses? Is this what
but
girl
frankly,
bosses are really like when you're
manufacturing
observing them in the
left my
wild?
state. Manufacturing withered in Rhode
Is she-
Island.
she's
and
gotta be
all
Italian.
across this nation. In communities all across America. Factories shuttered.
She talks just like me.
Communities got hollowed out. And people were left without their job, without hope, without the dignity that comes with a decent job.
She's Jewish?
And you know, Republican economic policy failed Rhode
I
Island.
don't know.
Do I shriek like
do
this?
I
I know
know
I
that?
shout. I know I yell sometimes.
when
So,
I
like,
took
do I
office,
shriek? Please be
first
honest. Do I
Democrat
shriek?
elected
Like,
governor in a
not
couple of
every once in a
decades.
while. Everyone does it every once in a while. But,
I
like,
inherited
on a
one
regular
of the
basis,
worst economies in the country. It was a mess.
I'm going to have to work on that
But
if
we
I
got
do.
She's
to work,
Italian,
and we
dummy.
turned
For
it
real.
around. We turned it
People
around.
say she's Jewish. She's
With
Italian.
a
Not
don't
everyone
worry,
is
I'm
Jewish, okay?
business
Oh, thank God.
pro-worker
She's her name is
agenda.
Gina,
Oh,
And
thank
look at her
God. I
nose.
don't
She's
drink.
obviously
Okay, good,
Italian.
good. Okay, okay. Crisis averted. Thank you, guys.
She knows we need an economy where the costs are low and opportunities abound. An economy where people can show up to their jobs.
See, people either love my voice or they hate my voice, and there is no in between. Love it
She's
or
a
hate
member
it.
of the Aspen Institute and Council on
do
Foreign
anything about it.
Relations. Yeah, that's about right.
You know how she knows that? She knows it because just like me, Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class home. Her mom worked to cure breast cancer by day.
Wait, Kamala Harris's mother
and feed her
cured breast
family at
cancer?
night. And as an adult,
what?
Kamala worked to lock up sex offenders and violent criminals by day. And she took care of her sick mother at night. Kamala Harris gets it. She gets that so many Americans work so hard every day and they're barely getting by. And that is not right.
I'm married a
It
Ukrainian.
is
I
a
am French, English, and
fundamental
Irish.
economic principle. Hard work ought to pay off. We believe in that. And that's why the Vice President is committed to building the opportunity economy, an economy that rewards ambition, an economy that rewards hard work. She believes in an America where everyone, regardless of who you are, what you have, where you started, you got a chance to get ahead in this country. Kamala Harris will give more than 100 middle-class Americans a tax cut. She'll build
I want a
3
tax cut.
million new homes for
I'll
the
take a
middle
tax
class.
cut. I want my student loans
And
forgiven.
she's going to forge an economy with fair competition, free
I want
from
my socialism too.
monopolies that crush workers and small businesses and startups. Kamala Harris will make building up the middle class a defining goal of her presidency. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, he's going to double down on his worst economic ideas. The same ideas that shipped my dad's job overseas. Ideas that don't work. We know they don't work because they never have. He wants another huge tax cut for the wealthy.
True. That's true, though.
He wants to put his corrupt buddies in charge of the economy.
True.
And he wants a sales tax that's going to supercharge inflation. We cannot afford Donald Trump's failed economic ideas.
I appreciate you, Dragon Balls. Thank you so much.
But here's the thing. The most important thing. Kamala Harris works for the people. Kamala Harris works for you.
Yeah, the black people.
And Donald Trump is in
No,
it for
the
himself.
socialist people. The workers.
As
The
our
proletariat.
president, Kamala Harris will build an economy where everyone, and she means everyone, can find and live their American dream. So let's put her in the Oval Office. Thank you.
Boring.
This is boring. But remember, guys, we got Hillary Clinton coming up tonight. We got Joe Biden coming up
But
tonight.
I like her because she's Italian.
Uh-oh.
I am a lifelong Republican.
Oh, another one!
Former Trump voter.
Another one!
and
Another
I
one!
will not be voting for Trump.
This is the second
in 2024.
halfway MAGA.
Did it hurt when you cut it off?
I'm from Carson, Washington, and I am a two-time Trump voter.
I will not be voting for Trump
They've
this
got a
time
whole
around.
walk
I'm
away
actually embarrassed to
movement.
say that I did vote for Trump in 2016.
Oh,
Donald
Traitors.
Trump has
my
nothing but
Traitors.
contempt for the
God.
American
I can't wait for
people. And
Project
ironically,
2025
those
to
who claim be
arrest
his
them.
critics, he's only
Arrest
interested in
them.
benefiting himself personally.
Everything he said he would do, he did not do. I do not trust that he can do the right thing anymore.
Look at this
We've
fat
seen what Donald
retard.
Trump really is, and it disgusts
Look at
me
this
to my
soy
core.
boy.
I don't think the man can be trusted.
Look
He
at
talks
this
out of both sides of his
numbskull.
mouth. He's a very dishonest person.
This is now
I hate the
4
way
walk
he
away from MAGA
disrespects
people.
women.
Oh,
There was only
there, and
one
there it
walk away
is.
from the
No
Democrats.
balls. That was his wife.
Honey.
We're making a video for the DNC. It's always
Please
there's a
welcome
difference.
New
We're
York
like we're not going
Governor
to vote for
Kathy
Trump because he's not a
Hochul.
dictator. They're like I don't like how he disrespects women. It's always the wives.
Hello, Democrats.
Kathy Hochul,
Ugh.
Governor of
Are
New York.
you ready to elect Kamala Harris, the first president of the United States? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Friends, like so many of us, my grandparents came from Ireland as teenagers.
Came from Ireland.
With nothing but hope in their hearts.
Last from Ireland.
And fire in their bellies.
That was not a good Irish accent.
Irish.
I
They built their lives in
Goddamn
the
Irish.
promised land
Irish ruin
of
everything.
Buffalo, New York.
Irish supremacy. I'm gonna dye my hair more red. I'm gonna go get some more hair dye tomorrow.
Did
Dye my
good
hair red
work
so I
at
look
the
extra
steel plant.
Irish.
The steel plant that
Maybe
lifted
it'll
my
show up on
parents
camera this time.
from living in a trailer to the middle class. Like other families in my blue collar community, they believed that with hard work, they could build a better future, not just for themselves, but for those with less hope and less opportunity. I'm proud of my roots and the values I learned. Grit, determination, compassion.
And yay.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up with those same values. And those values have always defined the people of my state. Well, most of us anyway.
But not Donald
Was
Trump.
born a New Yorker,
Boo.
but ended up
The crowd
a
isn't even
fraud,
listening.
a philanderer, and a felon.
A philanderer.
Philanderer.
He wasn't raised with the New York values that
Happened
I
again.
know. He never had to worry about childcare costs or groceries or rent. He never had to worry about anything or anyone but himself.
Nick is so miserable right now.
Trust me, America.
Nick is almost keeling
If
over
you
on his
think
death.
you're tired
He's like,
of
make
Donald
it stop.
Trump, talk to a New Yorker.
Oh, this sucks. This
had
sucks.
to
Why do
deal
we
with
do
him
this?
For 78 long years. The fraud, the tax dodging, the sham university, the shady
Nick is like, it
charities.
seemed like a good idea at the time.
We've seen him stiff contractors, rip off workers.
Too bad Nick doesn't drink.
He
What a golden
abuses
opportunity.
women, brags about it, and then takes away their rights.
Hell yeah.
And New Yorkers
My
are
president.
sick of it. It's no wonder he had to flee to Mar-a-Lago. Sorry about that, Florida. Sorry about that. Trump hasn't spent much time
Imagine
in New York
being a
lately,
Democrat from Florida.
except that is to get convicted of 34 felonies.
Gangster
And
boss.
that's just fine with us. Because New York's motto is Excelsior, ever upward. And Trump takes us ever downward.
Wow.
Because here's what Trump never
Up
understood.
is good. Down is
America
bad.
isn't a luxury good to be bought and sold
New
by
York,
the privileged
good.
and powerful
Florida,
few.
bad.
That's kind of anti-Semitic,
America.
actually, to say
We
that.
just can't afford another 4 years of that. We have kids to feed, roads to build, jobs to create, real problems to solve. And we need leaders who can get it done.
Yeah.
Trump talked
More
big
like
about
Donald
bringing
Trump.
back manufacturing jobs. But you know who actually did it? President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Kamala. And look no further than the city of Syracuse, where a company called Micron is building a $100 billion microchip factory with union labor. It's the largest private investment in American history, and it's going to create 50,000 good-paying jobs.
I'm gonna need more beer. I only brought up 3 beers with me. I'm almost done number 2.
Has made the most
Only night 1.
significant investments in our economy in generations. And as president, Kamala Harris will continue to build an opportunity economy for all.
It's a good tie. Excellent
My
tie
friends,
selection.
History's watching us. Together, we must protect
Would look good in that
abortion
blue
rights.
suit and a tattoo.
Together, we must protect the middle class. Together, we must protect the American dream. And together, we must elect Kamala Harris.
Is my husband
President
bringing me another
of the
beer?
United
Is
States.
he bringing
Thank
me more
you.
beer? Do I have the best
Look at
husband in
this.
the world? Do I have the best
Freak
husband in
show.
the world or what? Thank you, Victor.
That was another tough watch. I'm
Victor's-
just sick of all the women.
Victor's just being nice to me.
I don't wanna look at
Decided
another
we had
woman.
sex this morning. That's why he's being so
Where's
nice.
all the guys? No, but seriously, I hate all the women shit.
What kind of America do we want? One where we're divided, angry, depressed? Come on, we're Americans. Fascism, we conquered it. The moon,
Fascism, bring back
landed on it.
fascism. Make
The
fascism
future,
great again.
building it. Freedom, nobody loves it more. And we fight for it.
A weightlifter in a wheelchair? Are you kidding me?
Freedom from control. Freedom from extremism and fear.
Take us back, but we are not going back.
We go forward. That's America.
Kamala does have better music
And we need
than
a
Donald
leader
Trump, though. Like, he
who is
really
for
does.
the
It's
people.
good music.
Ours is a fight for the future.
Thank
Kamala
you, Sin.
Harris. Protecting people from predators and big drug cartels. Holding Wall Street banks accountable.
A crime perpetrated against our middle class.
Standing up to dictators. And fighting for all of us.
Come on, guys. I need 18 more people to send in a $5 super chat if
That's
you're
our
appreciating the
choice.
stream.
A
To
prosecutor
meet our super chat goal
or
for
a felon.
tonight. Also, please make
Are
sure
you
you
ready
smash
to
the
have
like
your
button
voice
for me if you haven't already.
That video's funny.
This is not a bad ad. Has more energy than Trump stuff. I'm sorry, it just
Do
does.
we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it?
A good ad. Hey, thanks, True Self. Appreciate you.
And when we fight,
Thank you.
we win.
Hey, thank you, Mustard Seed. I appreciate you. Yeah, strength through joy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right.
It's a pretty good
Hey,
ad, though.
thanks, Benjamin.
Obviously, don't
See?
agree with anything in
I
it,
said
but
it
it's a
was
good ad.
too. Thank you, Benjamin Jackson. I appreciate you.
The Democrats have really assimilated a lot of them, as much as the MAGA stuff
Oh,
as
here
they
comes
can.
Kamala.
Whoa!
Kamala making an early appearance, just
I
like
didn't think
Trump
she'd make an appearance
did.
tonight.
Kamala following the Trump playbook. Well, she got in yesterday.
That's
so
pretty
it makes
unusual.
sense.
People are saying, "Oh, look, it's effective." I'm not saying, that it's appealing to me,
man.
but
Look
it
at
is an
this.
effective
Look,
advertisement.
the crowd filled
I think
in.
they've assimilated a
It
lot of
looks
the
great.
pro-America freedom messaging of the GOP. It's smart.
Evening. It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible president, Joe Biden,
Oh yeah, she's got to bend the knee to
who
Joe.
will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you.
Joe Biden, hero of the Democratic Party, because he got Alzheimer's or dementia or whatever.
Thank you, Joe.
Yep. God
We
bless
did it,
America.
Joe.
God
We
bless
did it,
America.
Joe.
Looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one
See,
people,
Trump didn't
we
even
are
speak on night
moving
one.
forward.
Kamala did.
With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight,
we win.
God bless you. God bless the
And
United
that's going to be the
States of
clip all
America.
over the news.
Good night,
She
everyone.
spoke on night one of the convention, and Trump just came out and sat in a chair.
She's a good candidate. I'm not going to lie.
Yep.
I know a lot of Republicans don't want to admit it. She's likable. She's good looking. She's likable.
They've trained
good
her.
energy. Just saying. I'd never vote for her, but
Please welcome
A lot
she
of
is
people
likable.
will.
Director Tony Goldwyn.
A lot of people will. Oh, the guy who's in that show that time.
Hello, Chicago.
He's in many shows where he's the
And
president,
Republicans
right?
refuse to admit it at their own
Hello to
peril.
everyone
Yep,
tuning
this is
in
right.
from all across America. Welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Now, how is that for an opening act?
Who is this?
I'm just
Actor.
saying. Now, as our vice president
I don't
just
even know
said,
who this is.
over the
Actor.
next 4 days, we will be bringing folks together from all around the country, people from every walk of life, to talk about this nation we love and about a candidate who
Well,
has
he
devoted
can't
her life
because
to public
Kamala has already
service,
received
was
nomination.
who
in-
never
so
shies
that's not going
away
to work.
from a righteous fight,
The Last Samurai?
and who always stands up
Scandal?
for the
I never
people.
saw that.
We are going to
played the
talk about
president.
the choice America faces in this election. It's a choice not just between two very different candidates, but between two very different futures. We will hear from every
Why him? Oh, he was an Oppenheimer.
about what is truly at
He
stake
played the
in this
president
campaign.
in
The
Scandal.
future of our middle class, the future of reproductive rights, the future of our climate, our security,
It's literally
our
completely
schools,
packed.
the
Have you not
future
been
of our
looking?
freedom,
It's completely packed.
the future of our very democracy. We will see the vision of our nominee. It is a vision of stability, security, and
Conservatives gonna
opportunity
be like,
for
there
everyday
was no one
Americans,
there.
where
No,
we
it's just
continue to
early.
grow this economy
People
by
haven't gotten there
growing
yet.
the middle class, and where the safety of our children, our families, and our communities are a fundamental civil right. It is a future where, instead of scoffing at allies and fawning over dictators, our president stands up for our friends, faces down our adversaries, and American democracy remains a beacon of hope and inspires the world to take on our biggest challenges together. We'll learn the story of a leader who has dedicated her life to doing the work of making good on the promise of America. A leader who understands the middle class because she grew up in the middle class. A leader who has taken on powerful interests at every step of her career and fought for the rights and freedoms of all of us. And then, of course, we will hear again from the Democratic nominee herself, the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. Because she has a message for us.
For my store.
It is a message that's joyful, not mean-spirited. A message of public
Kamala
service,
Harris is
not
full of joy.
self-service.
Hey, buddy.
A message of optimism and opportunity,
you.
not chaos and division. A message that has woken us up to who we are.
Yeah, we're pretty fucked.
To who we've always been.
But at least we're together.
Because Americans
with beer
are not a cynical
beer is
people.
important.
We are not small-minded.
Americans
and whether
are
we realize
cynical.
it right now or not, we are currently already writing a new chapter of the American story. And we can dream as big as we want. So
hey, thanks, Brucey.
I just want to
Appreciate
ask you, are you excited?
Do the work.
Yeah? Well, good. Are you ready? Okay. Well, then I challenge you to make this the moment you get off the sidelines and into the game. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Because when we fight, what happens?
We win.
We win. And we are going to win this thing together. And while we're doing it, we are going to have a whole lot of fun. So let's get started.
Uh-oh, sounds like a good song.
Please welcome 9-time NBA champion and coach of the 2024 Olympic gold-winning men's basketball team, Steve Kerr.
Thank you.
Sports?
Thank you so much.
Dude,
Yeah.
sports and country music.
Oh, there's Ilhan Omar.
It is so fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days. And I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold. And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth. Our incredible American women do the same thing. And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about than the way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players whose hands were held over their hearts. It was the proudest moment of my life. Thank you. Thank you.
Republicans are like, no, you can't get USA. You're Democrat. They have USA signs. Holy shit.
To step
The
into a
Democrats
different
have
kind of
USA
arena.
signs. Did the Republicans
And
have
so here I
USA
am.
signs? No, they didn't.
I know
I know
Silver
very well
lost.
that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks.
Never happening.
I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude. The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity.
Hey, thank you, Layla. I appreciate you.
I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading. I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president? And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome.
Wow.
Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much
They're going to
reliance on the
win. A
blitz
lot of
in
people
99
think you
against
guys don't think
Mankato
they're going to
East.
win. I promise you.
You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me. Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season. All right. But listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to
It's
represent
an
our
effective
country.
speech.
That's what I said.
Now imagine what we could do with all
To have a
330
white
million
male
of us playing on the same
Olympic
team.
coach.
Yeah.
Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans.
You know, it's
Who know the
plausible.
greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
Dumb. It's totally cocked for any white man to speak at the Democratic Party after they've shit on white people
Let me tell you folks in Ohio.
for
and this
100 years.
area,
But then
don't
again,
sell
the
your
Republican
house.
Party does
Do
the
not
same
sell
thing.
it.
They're not shitting
We're gonna
on
get
white
those
people,
jobs
Nick.
coming
That's
back,
not
and
what
we're
they're
gonna fill up
doing.
those factories. What's going to happen?
We're going to deal with that later. Nick and I don't have to agree on
But
that right now.
Trump
It's okay.
In
I don't know why I'm frozen.
This is about a community.
It's going to be a big change to go somewhere else. The GM
I
factory
need to
in
pee. I'll be right
Lordstown
back.
did close, putting thousands of people out of work because Donald Trump doesn't care about our communities.
All those jobs went away, and he did nothing. He did not do one thing for those workers there. He didn't come and make promises. He came and made false promises.
Kind of lost hope in everything. I don't really want to leave.
But then something changed. Instead of lies and broken promises, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got to work and brought U.S. manufacturing jobs back, including to Lordstown. Kamala will continue to have workers' backs and get the job done. American workers deserve a fighter, and that's exactly what Kamala Harris is.
Do we believe in opportunity? Are we ready to fight for it?
What's interesting, the Democrats have
Please
completely
welcome
dropped
United Auto
wokeism.
Workers President Sean Fain.
We've been watching this for 2 hours. There has been literally nothing woke at all. No pronouns, no gay shit, no BLM, nothing anti-white. They have completely discarded that. I think because they realized it was so divisive. and
Hey,
hurting
it's
them.
almost like they're not really socialists, isn't it? It's almost like the
Right?
Democrats
I mean,
aren't
you know,
socialists.
It's a Democrat, so it's
What
a
do
lot
you
of
know?
union, rah, rah, rah. It's anti-Trump. But very
It's almost
little
like
in the
the
way of anything
Democrats
woke.
aren't socialists. They're going to do woke
Which
a
is
different night,
interesting.
though. This is not woke night.
Good
this is
evening,
union
America,
night. So I
and
wouldn't.
good evening.
They're going to do
the people
Jeffrey
that
March
make
on a
this
different
world
night.
move, the working class.
Don't worry, it's coming.
On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris.
People in
and
the
Tim
chat,
Walz to
bro,
be
it's
our
only
next
day one.
president
Yeah, maybe
and
they'll be.
vice president.
It's crazy how defensive people get. You know, we can entertain ideas without,
And I wanna
being
say
leftists or whatever.
Thank you to Joe
We want to
Biden
be
for
woke
making
tomorrow. Yeah,
history
well, maybe. What
by
if it
walking
isn't?
the picket line with the UAW.
Sheesh. It's so pathetic. Republicans, I guess it's both sides, but
For the
people get so
UAW
defensive
and for
and
working class
we
people
can
everywhere.
analyze it critically
This election comes
and in
down
an
to
honest
one
way.
question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance. Two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scab.
Wow. Wow. Look, they've got t-shirts. Wow. And the fucking Republicans wasted a keynote speech on a union fucking
That's not
socialist
just
on
my
Monday
opinion.
night.
That's a fact.
Wow.
All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing.
Trump did nothing.
Talk is cheap. But in 2019, You know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris.
Her initials are Kamala Harris. Wow.
In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris.
Hey, thanks, buddy. They start
And in
they start chanting
2024,
"Build the wall, I'll die."
Who will stand
Yeah, for
with
real.
the working class in our fight for justice?
For real.
Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here.
Nelly. What? Bro. Come on.
Dumb.
Wow. The Democrats are so much better at this than the Republicans. It's just like not even funny.
It's hot in here.
Not even
It's hot in here
funny.
because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up.
Not even funny.
The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to
By
attack
the way,
corporate greed head on.
the UAW are also the
Corporate
Socialist
greed
Graduate Student Union. Graduate
blue-collar
students
blood,
are part of the
sweat, and
UAW,
tears
and they're all socialists.
into Wall Street stock
For real.
buybacks and CEO jackpots.
You don't need to just be an
It
auto worker.
causes
You can be a graduate
inflation.
student.
It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, the scab.
I hate all this
Trump
union
is
stuff.
pushing divide and conquer tactics
Because unions are socialists.
of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid. But working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House. Someone who is one of us and someone
He spent
who
a
knows
lot
how
of
to
time.
fight.
This is a long
And
ass
that
speech.
fighter is the next president of the United States.
How many more speeches are there left after
Kamala
this? Hang on, let me
Harris.
look. There are still so many speeches, guys. AOC, Hillary Clinton, James Clyburn, Jamie Raskin, Jamie Crockett, Grace Ming, Amanda and Joshua Zurakowski, like 3 normal people, Andy
Please
Bashir,
welcome
Rabbi.
New York
There's still like
Representative
15 fucking
Alexandria
speeches left. We're going to be here
Ocasio-Cortez.
all night.
Let's go.
Nick is
No,
her
kidding.
girlfriend. It's her. Nick and AOC need to date. They both went to Boston University. They have so much in common.
We're like Ray and Kylo Ren with
True.
Israel.
True.
It's like, hey, we're not so different, you and me. I could complete your training.
Chicago for your energy.
Nick's gonna date AOC. It's gonna be great.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for your vision. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for
Just
your
because
vision.
AOC hates Nick doesn't mean nothing.
And thank
Hate
you,
is really love in
Joe
disguise.
Biden,
The opposite
for
of love
your
is not hate, it's
leadership.
apathy. He definitely has very strong feelings towards Nick.
You know,
Can you
6 years
tweak it a little
ago,
bit?
I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens
The miracles
chose
of
someone
democracy
like
and
me
community.
to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as presidents and vice presidents of the United States of America.
She looks insane. Look at the eyes.
I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
Whoa.
Wow.
Gaza mentioned.
I see a leader who understands. I see a
Gaza
leader
mentioned before
with a
Israel.
real commitment to
Shit.
a better future for working families.
She's improved as a speaker. She used to be horrible.
We have to help her win.
But this is an energetic
Because
speech.
we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one,
Whoa.
am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day
Whoa.
to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way to
Whoa.
life.
Nick is so turned on by
Whoa.
now.
Truth is, Don, you
Nick still
cannot
wants to
love
date
this
AOC. It's not
country
even funny.
if
Nick
you
thinks he
only
wants
fight
a
for
young
the
Italian
wealthy
Catholic
and
virgin.
big
No,
business.
that's what he wants. True.
To love this country is to fight for its
Yep.
people. All
Socialism
people,
Saturday
Wow.
is our
working
training
people,
ground.
everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there.
Wow. Very bombastic.
You know, ever since I got elected,
That was a hot moment. That was
by
something.
saying that
He wants
I
AOC.
should
That's
go
a
back
clip.
to bartending.
See, Nick doesn't really want some little girl that's not
But
gonna like
let
say
me tell
anything.
you,
He doesn't want that.
I'm
Men think
happy
they want
to
that, but they don't. They
any
want
day of the
fiery
week
Latinas.
Because there is nothing wrong with working for a living.
Fiery men like fiery women. It's just the way it goes.
Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th.
All right, slow down. She's getting a little too into herself.
We
She's
cannot
feeling
send
herself. That's
Kamala
okay,
and
but
Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people.
this is a big moment for her.
Working parents trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you.
That was a great speech. That was probably the best speech so far tonight. That was really good.
That was an excellent speech. Look, they love it. They absolutely love it. It was high energy. And I think she is typically not a good speaker, but that was a real improvement.
How about that AOC?
That's a big moment for her. Mark my words.
So Kamala Harris's story begins in a middle-class neighborhood in the East Bay. Yeah, in a modest apartment above a nursery school, in a close-knit community where people looked out for one another, with a mother who instilled in Kamala Harris the core principles that have defined her life in public service. These are the experiences that made her the leader she is today.
That wasn't like Obama level, but similar.
A montage.
You know, Obama got to start in 04 with his convention speech.
I still remember.
That's how we went
Obama's
from a
was
nobody to a somebody.
I still remember that.
I don't think that was Obama level, but that was a big moment for her, for sure.
Community. Families
The
going to church
Democrats
on
are on
Sunday,
point with their messaging this
kids
year.
playing in the front yard.
Ignore it at
Mama
your own
got us
peril.
these
Seethe
bright
about
blue
it, bitch
matching
about
bikes
it,
with
say
banana
it's a
seats,
lie.
and
You're
we
right,
were
it is a
surrounded
lie, but
by caring
I mean, the
adults.
messaging is not
This
true.
neighborhood on Bancroft
But the
way.
messaging
We've
is
spent
very
so much time here. Behind
robust
me is where it all
and
began.
strategic and
Her mom,
competitive this
Shamala,
year. They're
rented
not
the
running on
apartment that
woke.
was above
They're
the
not running as
Shelton's
radicals.
nursery. So
I
in the
mean, there's not
beginning,
even
Mrs.
really that
Shelton
much
used to
substance. They
babysit
seem to
the
be
girls.
kind of recapitulating a lot of the Occupy stuff
Life was not easy for them, but she
and
loved
class
her
warfare.
daughters
I don't know if that's just the theme tonight, the union thing, but they're kind of leaning into left-wing populism as opposed to like
That's exactly what
wokeism.
they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. Nick is right.
She's
You know,
always
for
been that
AOC
kind of
to
person,
say
a true
Trump's
leader,
not a
and
patriot,
very protective
that's crazy.
of her friends and her family.
You know, 8 years ago they were saying
When Kamala
America was
was
never
all
great.
of
Now
4
they're
years
saying no,
old,
Trump isn't a
her best
patriot.
friend in
We're the
kindergarten,
patriots.
Stacey Johnson.
That's what
They're
they've
not
been
for
saying
freedom.
for
We're
years.
for freedom.
That's what they've been saying
That's
for weeks.
different. That's
kid on the
new.
playground.
Kamala Harris
So-
is saying we're the party of freedom for
we
weeks.
had made some clay
Republicans
art,
got to get hip.
and
This is why
one
I'm saying
boy
we
in
got to bring our
class
A
had taken
game.
mine for whatever reason.
He
and
can't
threw it
come
on the
out with this
ground, and it
lame
shattered.
shit that the GOP
So
is. It's not going to
Kamala,
work.
Being very protective, just jumped in front of me and stood up to him. To me, that shows the kind of person that she has always been, to stand up to the bully and to stand up for the underdog and to stand up for what is right.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion. And I have seen it over and over again in our growing up. When we were in high school, my sister's friend, Wanda,
Republicans don't like to hear it. They want to pretend it isn't
molested
happening. They want to ignore it.
Yep.
This is why they're
family
struggling.
and Kamala just
They don't want to
So-
listen to anyone who gives them criticism on
wanted
anything.
her to come.
They just
and
say,
You know,
all right,
this has been
and mommy
a very
said,
boring convention. I'm tired.
That
I
is
don't like
Kamala.
the people involved, but
can't
production
help
quality's been good. The
herself
look has been
from
good.
standing
Messaging
up
is
for
on
people and
point.
standing up for what she
You know,
feels is
clearly
right.
new
She has
guidance has
been that
gone
way
out.
our
They're not
whole
running the
lives.
woke
Being
playbook.
a protector is what
I think that's
led
been true
her
really since
to become a
Biden.
prosecutor. Looking back,
And they
now,
know that
I
the
can say it was
left
her
is
calling.
They're gonna have some woke
struggling in the United States. That's why they're kind of running away from leftism. They're really leaning into
Team
liberalism.
one, Stacey Johnson Batiste and Doris Johnson.
You haven't missed a whole heck of a lot. Now, they're basically like R&T for some reason. Like, it really has not been that eventful so far. Not a lot of cringe, a lot of black people, a lot of
Stacey
Latinos.
Johnson Batiste,
That's
and
it.
this is my mom, Doris Johnson.
Look at Doris. Look at that look. Look at those glasses.
We are
I
so
love it.
excited and
I fucking
honored
love
to
that
be
look.
here with you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time.
Oh, it's like a good 70s
We
look.
met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would pile into my 1966 Mustang, and Kamala's mom, Shamala, would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry.
This
For
sucks.
whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital.
Shamala and
the
Kamala.
stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies. I have seen it time and again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation. She fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
Boring.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Oh, here we go.
Hill
Here we go, Hillary. Mouth the like button if you hate Hillary.
That's crazy.
Hillary on night 1.
You know she's got to be seething so hard. It should have been me. I should have been the first woman president. Honestly, very magnanimous for her to be able to do
Hey,
this.
Milo over on Rumble. Milo says this entire week is going to be full of pitiful, sad, conning, coping, and seething. So true, Milo.
That's
so true.
Look at her.
Pitiful, pitiful.
I keep forgetting about her.
Thank you all so much.
You almost forget that she almost won in 16. What could have been.
Thank you.
What did she do to her face? Did she get a facelift or something? What did she do to her face? Am I making this up? Like something is wrong with her face.
Thank you, my fellow
Must be a facelift or just really, really, really heavy fuck off makeup. Like,
fellow Americans.
no, facelift. It's got to be a facelift. Right?
Wow.
Why doesn't she
Huge
have any
reaction.
wrinkles?
I bet she's thinking, where
She's
were you
like
guys in
112
16?
years old.
Thank you all.
Hey, thank you,
Dude.
Acoustic Theory.
Thank you.
They love her. They absolutely love her.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a lot
True.
of energy in this room, just
Very
like
true.
there is across the country.
She's so full of shit. It's not even funny.
Something is happening in America.
And clearly she got work done. Like she's having
Yup.
trouble moving her face.
Yup, I say.
Something we've worked
Nick
for
and I agree.
and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden.
Hillary is at least 112 years old.
He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and confidence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership.
Look at that freak. Ew.
And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked
Oh, we're getting a history
one lawmaker's
history lesson
mother,
from
a
Hillary.
widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And
Mama's
since
boy.
that day,
Mama's boy,
every
Sim.
generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless Black Congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here.
I can't believe how much I hate these people. I remember like being on, I got myself on board with Hillary in 2016. I didn't like her then either.
They would say,
but now I hate her. I hate all these
Shirley
people.
and Jerry would say, keep going.
This is good speech though.
Women.
This is a good speech.
Fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going.
It's a good
Families building better lives. Parents stretching to afford childcare. Young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House.
She's so evil. Look at her face. There's just like nothing genuine. Like that voice that she's doing. She's clearly just filled with malice.
The story of my life and the history of our country is that
Animated by pure evil.
Progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward.
She's pissed. You could tell. She hates it. She wishes that it was her.
Heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs. And she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide.
She won't actually, but you know.
As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in
Wow.
defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial. And when he woke up,
well, wouldn't you fall
he
asleep?
made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
Well, you know. Some might think that's a bad thing. Some might think that's a benefit. It really just depends.
As vice president,
see, lock him
Kamala
up!
sat
Lock
in the
him up!
Situation Room.
Lock him up! Lock him up!
They're chanting, lock him up. Wow.
It's literally they became the Republicans.
They've been doing this at
That's
Kamala's
what a
rallies.
crazy twist of fate.
They've been doing this at Kamala's rallies too. They're all excited about it. They learned.
He was weak.
If Democrats learn from the Republicans
Wow.
We also
refuse
know
to
as
learn
Vice
from their
President
mistakes to
Kamala
get better.
sat in the
Democrats
Situation
learned, they got
Room
better.
and stood for America's values.
Bro.
I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day
New
in
tweet.
court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people.
I'm
That is
with
something
her.
that Donald Trump will never understand.
I'm
so it
with
is no
you.
surprise, is it, that he is lying about
No, I
Kamala's
think
record?
I don't think
He's
that's gonna
mocking
happen.
her
But
name and
maybe.
her laugh.
she'll
Sounds
probably
familiar.
have some involvement somehow. Yeah.
But we have him
W.
on the run now.
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi. That's crazy. Sounds familiar. Aw.
So
It's Hillary.
no matter what the polls say, we can't let up.
Is that a dog?
We can't
It's Hillary.
get driven down crazy
Remember that?
conspiracy rabbit
Remember that
holes.
one?
We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It
Man,
still takes
2016,
a village to raise
so long
a
ago.
family, heal a country, and win a campaign.
Man.
There's still so
And
many more
America needs
speeches.
every one of us.
So
Our
many
energy,
more.
our
We are never
talents,
going to
our
bed.
dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health.
All they have
our
is
lives,
abortion.
Our
We trained for
loves,
this.
our families.
Why we watch socialism. We learn to suffer.
The whole thing is just like abortion and degeneracy.
Dignity and
Not exactly true, Nick.
prosper. To worship as we choose or not. To speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in
Where's
the eye
Bill?
and say,
What does Bill
in
look like
America,
these
you
days?
can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Palpatine. So this is how democracy dies. The fight! They brought back the fight song. Oh, what a throwback. That was an epic finish. Good speech for her.
It's not over yet. That really was.
She did the hands. The first galactic empire. I can't believe they brought back the fight song.
Yeah.
That we all stand on the shoulders of Hillary Clinton.
That's crazy. The energy is so much bigger at the DNC. You can feel it.
I'm
Way
just
bigger.
checking. Are you ready to join this fight yet? Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Now, what does fighting for the people exactly look like? Let's go back to 2011 when Kamala Harris was Attorney General of California. The housing crisis had devastated American families, and the big banks had forced Californians out of their homes. Well, Kamala Harris stood up to those banks, and she secured a $20 billion settlement for California families. That is fighting for the people. And that is something that our next speaker knows all about. Please welcome the fearless fighter from South Carolina, Congressman Jim Clyburn.
you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you and good evening. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Four years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country.
It's a good
The
tie.
American people
Good outfit.
responded to the
Looks
crisis
sharp.
in leadership
I like the pinstripe.
by electing new
His name was
leaders.
Seth Rich. Thank you, Acoustic Theory. Appreciate
Thanks
you.
to Joe Biden,
Guys, we're less than
and
$20
Kamala
away from the
Harris,
goal for tonight.
we reopened our schools,
So close.
brought back our businesses.
Thanks for all the support.
And
I appreciate
our
it.
faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him. I often say that we are but the sum of our experiences. In the introduction of my memoir, I wrote, all my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them to be blessings. So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the restoration of reproduction freedom. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0.
Oh, shut up. Yeah, whoa. Totally unexpected. I think that's racist.
Enlightening proposals
Shocking.
And visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair.
Nick needs a Snickers or something.
But not forsaken.
Someone super chat Nick a
Down,
Snickers.
But not destroyed. Our great democracy has been tested, and so has the basic
goodness.
They all have the
of the
same
American
cadence
people.
is the thing. It's just like
But our
you get into like a
resolve
rhythm with it. It's
to
like a
remain
metronome.
a
It's like when
great
we're watching
country
socialism, they do the
with
same thing. They have the same
and
socialists
justice
have a
for
very
all
specific rhythm.
will not falter. We will continue
Same with Democrats, but it's a
our
little bit of a
march
slower
toward
rhythm.
a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
Another tough watch from another ignoramus. Could that guy
In the
ever run a
criminal
business?
justice system,
I
the
don't think
people
so.
are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime, and the district attorneys who prosecute the
Oh
offenders.
God, are we
This
talking
is
about
the
Law and
story of
Order?
Donald Trump.
Oh shit! What?
His entire life, Trump has believed he's above the law, that no one would ever dare hold him accountable. He lies. He rips off workers.
Trump used to be
he
handsome,
sexually
man.
abuses women.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
He cheats in business.
Thank you.
He cheated on his wife with a porn star.
MSDNC. Oh God, I
and
cannot
paid her
even
off so the
imagine.
American people wouldn't find out during an election.
Melania, look
In the
at that.
criminal justice system, ordinary Americans have had the courage to find him accountable, time and time again.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts.
For the first time in history, we have a convicted felon running for president.
Face.
And to take on this case, we need a president
he
who
won't
has
even
spent
get
her
the
life
lasso.
prosecuting perpetrators like Donald Trump.
Wow.
Turning Georgia's free and fair election.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
He's tried to escape any responsibility for instigating the
Oh,
January
man.
6th attack on our Capitol.
We're going to walk
The worst day in American history.
and I'll be there with you.
And if elected, Trump has promised to overturn laws that would keep him accountable and exact retribution on anyone he considers an enemy.
God
Warning of a
willing.
bloodbath if he
I
doesn't
wish.
get his way. So we, the people, have a chance to render our own verdict on Donald Trump. We are the jury he most fears. When we vote this November, we vote for justice, accountability, and the rule of law that keeps America
They're really trying to appeal to like that centrist moderate voter though. That I mean, vote Republican, but
Another good ad.
the Democrats are speaking
Please
more to these
welcome
voters than the
Maryland
Republicans are.
Representative
Because the Republicans
Jamie
are trying to get,
Raskin.
I don't even know what audience at this point. Oh God, Jamie Raskin. Hey, his hair grew back in. All right, Jamie Raskin. No do-rag. That's good. Progress. I know he had cancer. I shouldn't make fun of it.
Who's
but like,
this guy now?
Congressman Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin is literally mentioned Nick in Congress. Nick has no idea who he is.
Hello, America. And welcome to the Democracy Convention.
The Democracy
Welcome
Convention.
to the
Democracy
Freedom
means
Convention.
socialism. The Freedom
And thank you
Convention.
for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a
wanna
little
go to
rough on
Chicago.
Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity.
Truer words.
Now,
Never been
Lame.
We
spoken.
meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists.
Fanatical
And where Franklin D. Roosevelt
insurrectionists.
was renominated by
I
Democrats
should make a T-shirt that says
in
fanatical
1940
insurrectionists. I
to
might do that.
defeat fascist dictators.
Would anyone buy a T-shirt that says
Now,
fanatical
We
insurrectionist?
fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party
The banana
into a dangerous
Republicans?
cult of personality.
That's a good line, actually. You would buy it, Jane? Fanatical insurrectionist?
You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th.
Oh, God.
Were the screams to follow.
January
Hundreds of our
6th, go
police
far enough.
officers taunted and attacked.
Babe.
140 of them wounded by extremists
Oh,
wielding
please.
baseball
I got
bats,
shot with tear
steel
gas.
pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day,
No,
and 4
false.
more of our officers took their own lives in the days and weeks to come.
I can't imagine why.
All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore
Someone name
loser
a
who
classic,
does not know how to take no
iconic
for an answer
90s
from
or
American
2000s
voters,
rock song.
American courts, or
chat.
American women.
Iconic 90s or 2000s rock song. I'm asking for a reason.
Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers?
What?
Hang Mike.
Oh, come
Pence.
on. No, they didn't.
Someone should have told Donald
It can be
Trump
a short
that the
Rottweiler, whatever you want.
job under Article 2 of the Constitution.
Offspring? Offspring is a good idea. That's actually a really good
Someone
idea.
should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution
Offspring
is
it
to
is.
take
American
care
American Woman, that's a
that
good
the
idea.
laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed.
Corn? Corn is a good idea. I like corn.
That was rough.
Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election.
Bush. I love Bush.
And by the way,
band.
JD Vance, do you
Orgy.
understand
Yep. Also
why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket?
Because Mike Pence sucked?
They tried to kill your predecessor. They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy
All right, we're going
and
with Bush
nullify
swallowed.
the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection? We're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists.
An insurrectionist.
He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald
Allison
Trump
James, that's a good one, Daniel.
terminate our Constitution and obliterate
Man in a box.
the
I'll use
blessings
that
of
for
liberty for our posterity? That's right. We're going to elect Kamala Harris.
I hate Counting Crows. I've never
We're
liked
gonna
Counting Crows.
elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant, and Coach Walls, and we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man, and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance.
Oh, man. This sucks.
It does suck.
In
I'm falling
America,
asleep. Oh, Days of
let's
the
make it a
New.
landslide
Wow, Rottweiler.
so
That's a blast
big
from the past. I haven't
that
thought about that in a
Donald
long
Trump
time.
and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try
So
to steal
tired.
it. Let's make every vote count.
This
Let's
sucks.
make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
Yeah.
Please welcome Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them, Steve. Okay, that's a good
She's
one,
got
Jeff.
the brat suit on.
That is
Dumb
a sharp
bitch.
outfit. Oh, she's got a fascinator on.
Good evening,
Look at that pin. That's
Didn't
supposed to
she
be
call
worn
me
on the
out or
chest.
something in Congress?
Yeah,
If
she
I'm
did,
not
Nick.
mistaken, she was the one that
Yep, you did.
attacked Marjorie Green over me.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
Our nation
Nick's
will
new girlfriend.
hire a president,
Yeah, I think she
a
did.
commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we?
Look at this
One
fucking
candidate
idiot.
worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU.
Oh, Live, also a good band. Yeah.
HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business.
Look at this
Housing
ghetto ass.
discrimination,
Look at her
that is.
outfit. Really? Yeah, that's not
She
tacky.
became a career prosecutor while he
That's
became
right.
a career
The
criminal.
fascinator's not supposed to be really worn as a brooch. The fascinator's
With
supposed to be worn on your chest
felonies,
as part
2
of like an evening
impeachments,
gown.
and 1 porn star to prove it.
I only know that because Royals wear it.
Fucking ridiculous. What a joke of a country someone like this could be in Congress.
Her entire career as an elected
Nick's
district
just upset
attorney,
because she called him out in Congress.
attorney general, and senator, she's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old lifelong predator, fraudster,
Lifelong predator?
known for inciting violent
Yeah,
mobs.
you know what? Fair point. If Joe Biden can make it this late,
Listen,
we can all
y'all.
suffer through this. Because we
He's
have to
only
get to
looked out
Biden's
for
speech.
one
We cannot give
person,
up before Biden's speech.
himself.
Like, come on.
As women are
Hey,
dying,
thanks,
he is
Beltron. I
bragging
appreciate you.
about
Even though I
overturning
yelled at you
Roe.
earlier, I still
And
appreciate
y'all
you.
know I come from Texas.
Guys, we got like
And right
11
now in
bucks left
Texas-
to hit the goal.
Come
Well, I
on,
guess
Texas.
12.
But right now in Texas,
I need 3 more $5
wanna
super chats to meet
institute
the
the
goal.
death
Come on,
penalty.
guys. I know you
that
can
is
do
the
it.
problem.
I appreciate all you being
While
here.
Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time,
Do you think she could find Russia on a
cozies
map?
up to his role
No.
model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at
MAGA
home.
holes.
Critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the farm bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare.
I'm dying.
America,
I'm dying. This sucks.
looking at the 2 choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump
Hey, Jane, thank you.
or Kamala Harris?
Hang on. Jane in for the
Harris
win.
has a
Molly in for
resume.
the win. We need one more.
Donald Trump
Then
has
we
a
need the
rap
goal.
sheet.
Thank you, Jane. Come on. Yay!
I got
She
beat.
presides the
Grandma!
stage while he keeps
We
our
love you,
national
Grandma. We love you,
secrets
Orthodox
next to
boomer
his
Grandma.
thinking chair.
Kenneth!
Y'all know what I said that
Yes.
other time. In
Thank
real
you, guys.
life,
I appreciate you all.
well, Donald Trump wants to put
Hey,
our 1787
Hibida!
Constitution
For
through
real.
his Project 2025
Struggle is
paper
real, Hibida. I
shredder
appreciate
and
you.
make every day January 6th. Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America.
Sweet.
In the
You
real
guys can
world,
still keep sending me money, though.
this wouldn't even be close.
Or buy some merch.
But this election
Because the new merch is cool.
Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight.
Habida.
Even though there's only
Wait,
one person
Habida.
qualified.
Is that how we do it?
Only one person
Habida?
who's done the work and who has delivered the results.
I'll get it
And
sooner or
she
later.
needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit
At
of
least
my
Rumble
history.
isn't
Some of
crashing
you
this
don't.
time.
So let me tell you. I was a public
Habiba.
defender.
Habiba. Okay. I'm going to remember that.
I did criminal defense as well as practice civil rights law.
I promise I'm going to remember
for
that.
almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one.
Are you?
Kamala Harris
I'm
is
broadcasting
the
your
kind of prosecutor
coverage.
we long for in the cases
Are we doing a meta?
like those of Breonna Taylor.
On a Pirate FM station? Seriously? My Pirate FM station.
She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her
Go to
officers
unwokeart.com and
wear
buy some
body
t-shirts.
cams, and
They're
she
really
started the
cool.
Back on Track program to reduce recidivism.
Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot to change this. Hang on.
She did all these
Hang on.
things because she genuinely cares about people. She
Yay!
sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic.
Bobby.
She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know.
Sure.
She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that.
Hi, Texas. On your pirate radio station.
Many of you know her credentials.
Yes,
But what I
Marcus.
love
Joe Biden
about
is speaking
Kamala
tonight.
Harris goes beyond her resume. Is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met.
Wow.
But she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying.
It's all women, dude. This is a female party now. Female black
And the
party.
most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened.
So fucking ratchet and ghetto with the fake nails. Really? Ugh.
It's so hard for me to tell this story. She
With
then
her
said,
bedazzled
among other
jewelry,
things, you are
really?
exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I. I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
about right.
Naritu, thank you.
Fucking Pumpkinhead.
The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision?
A vindictive,
She discovered
vile
consonants.
villain.
Alliteration, genius.
For a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best. There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
So obnoxious. You see that Jewish guy? Unreal.
This is one of our willow
Very
boxes.
good.
Oh, now we're
This
going to get into the normal
speech.
people. These are
Gonna
normal
make me
people.
wear home from the
I
hospital.
love your outfit.
Here's your little
Donald Trump is going to hate that.
the blanket that she was in.
It's okay. No.
What is this
For
shit?
54 years, they were trying
She's
to
gonna.
get
They're gonna say
Roe
that
v.
they
Wade
need to get an
terminated,
abortion
and I did
for
it.
medical
And I'm
reasons.
proud to
That's
have
why.
done it.
That's what it is.
I was punished for 3 days
Yep,
having
this
to
is the,
wait for either my baby to
abortion
die
section.
or me to die, or both. I was stuck in this horrific hell
Oh,
of
please.
both wanting to hear her heartbeat and also hoping I wouldn't.
There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman? Yeah, there has to be some form.
Hell yeah.
I almost died
I wish.
because doctors were forced to follow Trump's abortion ban. Kamala will protect a woman's right to choose.
We trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do.
This
I
will
have
raise
so
more
much
money
faith
for the
in
Democrats than any other
And when
issue.
Congress passes a
That's
law
just
to
reality.
restore reproductive freedoms,
This will
as
be
President
their
of the
entire
United
fucking
States,
ad
I will
buy
sign it into
in
law.
all the swing states.
We
This
have
one
to fight for
issue.
Kamala Harris. Our rights, our freedoms, and frankly, our lives. Everything is on the line.
When you're expecting a baby, packing for the hospital should be a joyful moment.
Wow.
For us, it was different. We were told with 100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home.
Is this guy a Jew?
For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting. This is about fighting for
Okay,
our
now
families.
disavow.
And as Kamala Harris says, our future.
Can we get this out of here?
No.
In the live chat.
Oh, there's something going on in Nick's chat.
Every time I share our story, my heart breaks. For the baby girl we wanted desperately, for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely.
This
For
is how
Josh,
Democrats argue on abortion.
who feared
guys.
he would lose me
This is
too.
what they do. If
But I
you've
was
never
lucky.
seen this,
I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban. A second Trump term would rip away even more of our rights. Passing a national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute doctors, restricting birth control and fertility treatments. We cannot let that happen.
Fuck this bitch. And
We
fuck
need
her
to
too.
vote as if lives depend on it, because they do.
Look at this cuck bitch and his fucking cunt wife. I can't, it's literally comes down to like killing babies. That's where we are now. That's all they have. The economy's
2 years ago,
destroyed, so they run
my
on.
husband and
We
I
have
were
to kill
expecting
babies.
our
I want to
second
kill
child.
babies. We
Our
have to
daughter
kill
Lauren
babies.
couldn't wait to be a big
It's
sister.
sick.
I was getting ready for her 4th birthday
The
party.
problem is
when
they're not
something
just
didn't
talking
feel
about
right.
abortion as birth control.
2 emergency
They're
rooms
talking
sent me
about
away. Because of
abortion
Louisiana's
as
abortion
medical
ban,
care
no one would confirm
when
that I was
the
miscarried.
birth is no longer viable.
I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life.
This is 1%
This is something
of
that a
all
lot of
cases.
women
Experience what
identify
I
with. I know
endured,
Nick doesn't understand
but
this.
too
It's
many
something a
have.
lot of women identify
They write
with.
to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better. Kamala Harris
This
and
is
Tim
deeply
Walz
important
will
for
fight
women.
for reproductive rights and our freedom and our
Especially
shared
women who are
future.
raised on the left. I cannot emphasize this enough. Men do not understand this, and if you're a conservative man that's
Growing
never been
up,
on the left, you
I was an
especially don't
all-American girl.
understand this.
Varsity soccer
Yeah,
captain.
you're a whore. You sound like a
cheerleading
whore.
captain, homecoming queen, and survivor.
Yeah. Fuck you. Survivor my ass. She's got the look and that raspy
I
voice.
was
She was
raised
a
by
whore.
my stepfather after years of sexual abuse.
There it is.
At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women
That's
and
the
girls across the
reality.
country because of Donald Trump's
I was
abortion
raped,
bans.
guys.
You didn't know shit about anything.
I was raped in my early 20s. I wasn't a
calls it
whore.
a
I
beautiful
said
thing.
no. He was bigger than me. Like,
What is so beautiful about a
identify.
child having
You
to
guys might not like
carry
that, but
her parents' child? There are
a
other
lot of women
survivors out
identify
there
with this.
who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you.
No.
We
What
hear
she was
you.
saying is she was raped by her stepfather.
Look at this freak.
You guys know how heartless you sound when you're like, fuck that whore when she was 12 years old and raped by her
Kamala
stepfather?
Harris
You guys
will
get that?
sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion.
Satanic bitch.
Not a good look.
Look at her.
All
Look at
her
how
shitty
smug she
women.
is.
For every woman.
Not a good look.
And every girl. Even those who are not fighting for her.
So she's a narcissist. She's talking about being abused by her father. No emotion, no tear, just a
And
smug
now,
smirk.
I am honored.
She's just
to
another
introduce
narcissistic bitch.
Another
Because
champion for
you
women.
get numb to it after a while.
A
Nick.
leader
I
who's
get
fought
he
for
doesn't get
me
this, but like, whatever.
and for so many others. Governor Andy Beshear.
Look at her. Look at her giggling and she talking about my dad raped me, blah, blah, blah. No emotion, no, not a, she's grinning.
You don't get receipts when
She's
you're
grinning
raped,
ear to ear.
Marcus.
This
That's
is my
not actually
moment.
how
Oh,
that
it
works.
looks so good.
Jesus fucking
Narcissistic
Christ.
bitch. That's all of them.
Jesus fucking Christ. This is why you guys lose on abortion. You understand that, right? You really want to prevent abortion? stop acting like assholes.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people
Look
I've
at this
ever
homo.
met.
Oh, fuck you. These people are scum.
I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again.
No necktie.
In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state.
So you
even in
want more
cases of
innocent
rape,
men to get wrongly accused of
incest,
rape? Is
and
that what you're saying?
non-viable pregnancies.
You want more innocent men
That
accused
leaves
of rape? I don't
12-year-old
want more
girls
innocent
like
men accused of
Hadley
rape. You
with
want more
no
men innocent, like you want more innocent men
That
accused
fails
of rape.
any test of humanity.
Why would you want more innocent
any
men
test
accused of
of
rape?
basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country.
Well, yeah, I think he is bored, but it's just
In
like
Kentucky,
if
we put reproductive
if people on the
freedom
right
the
really
ballot
care
last
about
November,
preventing
and I beat
abortion,
Donald Trump and
calling
Mitch
women
McConnell's
whores
handpicked candidate
is
by
not
more than
actually
5
going to do the
percentage
trick.
points.
It's just not. All that's going to do is raise more money for people on the right, or excuse me, on the
This
left.
November, we're
That's
going to
it.
beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims.
True.
That's not inconvenient. It's just plain wrong.
True.
And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her
Let
child
it
die
go.
or to hear no sound at
First
all.
trimester, with
All
exceptions for
women
rape,
should have the
incest,
freedom
life
to
of the
make
mother.
their own
Let it
decisions.
go.
Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are.
Oh, brother.
My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are
Shut
all
up.
each other's neighbors. So I want anyone
Did
watching
Nick
tonight,
get a girl pregnant that had an
Republican,
abortion or something?
Independent,
Because he's
Democrat,
really heated about
to know
this
that
issue.
you are welcome here. We believe in America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me
I know.
what
Christians
Kentuckians
tend to
needed,
care more
and
about
folks, they
babies
delivered.
that aren't even born than they do about women who've been raped. Believe me, I am well aware that Christians care far more about babies who are not
Kamala
born
Harris
and not
gets
even
it.
remotely developed
She
than
knows
they
we
are
must
than they
move
care
beyond
about women who
anger,
have been raped. I
extremism,
get
and
it.
division.
Believe me.
That everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America,
we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
It's so female coded. Everything is empathy, compassion. Oh, extremism and anger. We need to be empathetic and compassionate and gay and nice to everybody. Yeah. I'm so sick of it. Everything is care, and
Hey guys,
care.
Please welcome
just so we're clear,
Georgia Senator
if you're going to
Raphael
talk
Warnock.
shit about women who've been raped in my chat, you're no
There's no
longer going to be in my
guys here.
chat,
Where's the
okay?
guys?
You're going to get banned very, very, very quickly if you talk shit about women who've been raped in my chat. And it's not even a hard choice to ban you.
Hello, America.
Gross.
Thank you
Look at
so
this
very
gross human being.
All right, we're almost done. I think Biden's coming up after
On
this.
January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop.
Oh, Chris Coons is after this, you're right.
And among those Georgians
Then
was my
don't
then
talk shit about women who've been raped.
82-year-old
Unless
mother.
you're ready to get bent over something and
She grew up
fucked
in
against
Waycross,
your
Georgia.
will.
Do you know where that is?
Don't talk shit about women who've been raped.
It's
It's really not a high
way
bar,
across
guys.
Georgia.
It's really, really not.
She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator.
How is this any different from the RNC, by the way? Pretty sure
Thank
Tim
you,
Scott's
Mom.
speech was the same. The
Thank
daughter
you,
of a
Georgia.
bartender and a maid. And now I'm on the stage for president.
Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire.
Only
for
difference is the GOP
and
had
for our
more of it.
children,
The
and our
GOP
prayers
had
are
this
stronger
times 12.
when we pray together.
My mama ain't had a
So
dollar.
together,
I know I don't know much about
together
politics
we
or
flipped the
nothing.
Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience.
And what do they say about Kamala?
He is a
She's a communist.
Clear and present threat.
She's a communist.
To the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me.
Oh, yeah. Hippie Bible. Be nice to people and never be mean. The Bible says be nice, and that's it.
I choose.
At the abortion rally, at the
Nick
pro-abortion rally, read the Bible. The
ordering.
abortion and fucking
Nick is getting
degenerate
really
gay
mean.
sex
He's
rally.
getting-
You should read the Bible. It says to be nice.
People and gives every child a chance.
Give me a break.
He's getting mean and ornery and bitter and mean.
And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you.
Yeah,
a true
Nick is getting
patriot
hangry.
who has
True.
always put the people first.
He's a scumbag. Always has been.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, we're getting to the Joe Biden speech. We're almost there. Did I open one more beer? I feel like I'm not getting drunk, but I feel like it'll
For what?
sneak right up on me.
For what?
I'm going to do it. One more.
The
Actually, I'm
canonization
gonna
of
pee. I'll be right
Biden
back.
just
I'll tell you
proves
something
that
else.
these people are just brainwashed by TV.
Not only is that
He was the
Joe
most
Biden's
corrupt,
America, that's Kamala Harris's
nothing
America.
douchebag in politics. Became the president on a cheat. We all know
She was
wasn't really
leading
in
with Joe
charge. And then
When
they
we
forced him
expanded
to
the child
sunset
tax
because
credit,
he
cutting
literally
child
couldn't
poverty
carry
in
on
America
3 more
nearly
months.
in
And now he's a sainted
We ought to
doctor
renew
of
it.
the church.
She
Thank you,
cast the
Joe.
groundbreaking
Thank
vote
you.
For my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, boosted American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you. We are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris.
All right, I'm back.
And Tim Walz.
Yep, Chase
represent the
Chase
new way
Oliver
forward.
spoiled this election in Georgia.
We're not going back.
True.
We're not going back because.
All right, last beer.
We are the United States of America. We always dream about the future.
And I am drinking a Sam Adams Oktoberfest. I know it's only
And
Monday.
so
I don't
forward
normally drink during the week, but
on women's reproductive rights, because we
I have
believe
to.
that a
I'm sorry, I
patient's
just
room
have
is
to.
too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights. Because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward
That's
on
socialist.
voting rights. Forward on affordable housing.
That's
and access to healthcare.
What a
socialist.
joke of a
are
country.
Moving forward.
If you don't want the salary of a job, you don't have to accept it. Go get another job. Go start your own
So
business.
I'm inspired tonight.
You have options. It's not that hard.
I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic.
Yeah,
And
he
is holding
legitimately
at
is
bay the
socialist.
forces that are trying to divide us.
Kamala
And I'm
Harris is not a
inspired
real
tonight by the
socialist. He
memory of
is
my
a real
late father,
socialist.
a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken
No
people
energy in the
whom other
crowd.
people had discarded and told them that they were
Boring.
God somebody.
But Joe Biden's coming up. Way past Joe Biden's bedtime. Way past Joe Biden's bedtime.
Strength in the broken places.
It's going to be great.
A power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight
Hi, Alex. It's good to see
that
you.
we can lift the broken even as we climb.
Yeah.
I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal
Shut
the
up.
land.
Obama wannabe.
And in a strange way,
She's on her phone. That's me.
in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you
That's
that we
socialist,
are
by the
as
way.
close
We have to
in
take
our
care of other people
humanity
so we don't get sick. That's what collective care
as a
means.
cough.
We have an obligation
I
to
need
care
my
for everyone
neighbor's
else
children
because
to
they're our
be
community, our
okay
comrades.
so that my children will be okay. I need all of my
Sounds so
neighbor's
simple,
children
and yet it's
to
so
be
nefarious.
okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of
Israel.
Gaza. I need Israelis and
Israel!
Palestinians.
First
I need
Israel
those in the
mentioned!
Congo,
First
those
Israel
in
mentioned in the
Haiti,
convention!
those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be
Why are we
okay.
caring about Israeli children, though?
Because we are all God's
Why are we
children.
taking care of
So
Israel's
let's stand
children?
together.
Why was I
Let's
just
work
thrown in
together.
there?
Let's
We're going to take care of children in
Let's pray
Appalachia, and we're going to take care of
Let's
children in
stand
Georgia,
together.
and then we're going to
Let's
take care of
heal
children in
the land.
Israel.
God bless you.
What?
Keep the faith. And keep looking up.
Please welcome Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Oh, God. Please end this. I'm so miserable.
Good evening, folks. Good evening, America. Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight? Folks, we are
There's
on
a
the
third to
verge
last
of
speech. It's
making
this,
history.
Jill, and then
We
Joe,
are
and then
on the
that's
verge
it.
of an historic election.
Ashley.
And
And
I want
Ashley
to talk
Biden.
with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden.
They're introducing Joe Biden now. They're like, thank you, Joe, for
Joe
taking one for the
Biden's mom
team.
had a saying. You are defined by your courage,
Hey,
and you are
Vashel.
redeemed by your loyalty. 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce
Yeah,
Joe
you're
Biden to our
welcome.
national convention.
I appreciate it. I
I
appreciate
spoke
you.
about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope.
The crowd
and gave
isn't
us
even like,
confidence.
they have no energy. Even the crowd's like,
Someone
okay,
who
it's time to
has
go to bed.
himself been knocked down by life, time.
I really think
and
we're going to
again.
get a woke day. I really do. They have
Joe
Jeffrey
Biden
Marsh
knows
speaking.
the grit
So
and
there's going to
determination
be
He's
a
not
woke
running.
day.
people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up
God,
again.
I wish I had like ice cream or something. That would make this so much more bearable. I need like a snack.
Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most
Guess I have beer.
consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden.
Why these
was
signs?
at
Why?
Joe's side every step of the way.
He's not
Fighting
even the
for
candidate.
education,
Why would we care about his wife?
advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill together.
They're letting
you
him
have
go
done
out in
so much for
style.
us. And there's so much more
Because
you will do,
they're
and
probably
we can
pissed
do
off
together.
about the way that Biden got taken out.
Mr. President,
And they want to try to make it as
Thank
easy
you.
as possible for them to just
Thank
shut the
you
fuck up and go away.
It's insane. It's insane.
in Kamala
They
Harris.
need them to go away
It's
quietly.
insane. Dude, neither of them are popular.
They
Vice
need
President
them to
Harris,
go away quietly
thank
and
you
not cause
for
problems.
choosing a great
and
running mate
fundraise for
with a heart
Kamala.
for the middle class
That's
like
what they
yours.
need.
It's totally
In Sergeant,
outrageous. At least with Trump,
Congressman, Coach,
it's real.
Governor, Tim
Trump
Walz.
actually did something. It was revolutionary. Biden is a scumbag. There was no energy behind him. It was
I have
anti-Trump
hope.
and
Do
a
you?
cheat.
I
And now
have
they're
hope.
acting
Do
like
you?
he's the second coming.
I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden.
They're such sheep.
I have never
All
known
of them. All of them
a
are
more
such sheep. They have
compassionate
no
man
idea what they're talking
than
about.
Joe Biden.
They have no idea what they're doing. Most of
I
them
have
have been
never known
brainwashed
a
into
man who
this.
has taken from his own loss and his
A
own
giant
faith
fucking
and
cult.
delivered so much for the future.
And I know because I was
of
in that
so
cult, so I know
many
it well.
others. Mr.
Giant
President,
fucking cult.
Mr. President.
Hey, buddy.
You were my senator as a Delawarean. You're
You're
my
eating ice
president
cream?
as an American. And you will always be my friend.
Well, I hope you're enjoying your ice cream, buddy. Thank
On
you for the
behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting
God,
for
I really
our
want an ice
democracy,
cream now.
we thank you.
I want a peanut butter ice cream. I'm going to go to the store tomorrow and get some fresh ground honey roasted peanut butter, and I'm going to put it on like vanilla ice cream or something. It's going to be great.
Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you.
There is nothing better than peanut butter on ice cream. I'm sorry.
And on behalf of Delaware,
If you don't appreciate
thank
it,
you,
you're
Joe,
wrong.
And God bless you. We love you. We love
Really
Joe.
bizarre.
We love Joe.
Hey,
Very
Daniel.
weird.
We love Joe. We love Joe.
Enjoying watching this in my socialist brigade
Totally
shirt.
insane. I
Great
wonder if
coverage,
he's even
Paul.
going to be able to get out there tonight.
He's part of the RNC, regardless
It's
of
way
his
past his
response.
bedtime.
Thanks, Daniel.
It's after 10 o'clock. Are they even going to be able to get him out of
Appreciate
bed?
it.
Maybe they're stalling for time. They got to get him drugged up.
All right. We're doing great tonight on Super Chats, guys. I appreciate you.
Hi, I'm Vivian Warewell, and I'm a 4th grade student at Kristen McAuliffe. I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep.
Yep.
I remember the day that we heard that President
Peanut
Biden
butter
had won,
shakes?
and the whole neighborhood started celebrating.
When
so
you
when
were
I heard
8?
you were coming,
Yeah.
I really wanted to meet you. I adore you because you embrace change from my generation. And the
You're
ones to come,
12!
I look up to you.
Brainwashed. He's been brainwashed into a cult by the school.
Yeah, back in 2020 when I was in 3rd grade.
Now it is my honor to introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
No, Jill.
Please welcome First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
Do you remember when Republicans complained about Joe Biden being called Dr. Joe Biden every single day for 2 straight goddamn weeks? 14 days in a row of Republicans having a massive hissy fit over a doctor title. I about shot myself in the head. Not really, but figuratively. I wanted to shoot myself in the head just to end it all. Because they complained for 2 straight weeks, every single day. That's quite a dress. I do like the color of it, I will say. I like the dress. I don't think it's bad.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love
I think
with
it's a good
him
color.
all over again.
How? How?
Like when I handed him
He's
our
90 years
baby
old.
Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility.
Remember when Trump gave Rush Limbaugh the Medal of Freedom and it was awesome?
Placing
Even I was
his
like,
hand on our
that's
family
actually kinda
Bible
cool.
to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris.
Look at that's kind of a smug look. That's a little smug.
It is a little smug,
Conviction,
actually. I agree
Joe
with Nick.
knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a
What a
new
phony.
generation.
Look at Tim Walz.
We are all a part
What
of
an idiot.
something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you.
It's a really good slogan, guys. It really is. You get people repeating, "We will win, we will win, we will win, we will win, we will win," over and over and over again. It's hypnotic. That's what manifesting
All
is.
right, now it's Ashley Biden and then Joe, I
We're
think.
so close. We're almost done.
Please welcome first daughter, Ashley Biden.
First daughter.
Dude, there's no way that's Joe's kid. She doesn't look anything like him. She looks Jewish.
Good evening. I have this memory.
She doesn't look like either of them.
My 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C. tending
like
to
Joe.
urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Beau, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment of
Yeah,
one
she's
day
the one with the diary.
on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter.
Who cares?
Joe Biden is the OG girl dad.
There you go. There you go, fags.
He told me
All you people saying, "Oh, I'm a girl
And I
dad
could do it.
nationalist." There you go.
As a
Oh,
child,
Nick is-
There
I
you
would
go,
sit on the
faggots.
leather
Watch.
chair
There's
in
your
his
girl
office
dad.
doing my
Nick is
homework,
tempting fate right
and he
now.
would
He's
sit
only
next
going to
to
have
me
daughters.
doing his work.
He is tempting
Who's that guy
fate.
talking about
The
girl
Violence
dad
Against
nationalism?
Women
Nick
Act.
is tempting fate.
That's your guy.
He's going to be doomed to only having daughters if he keeps this up. I mark my words.
And he wasn't just
He's
a
not
girl
gonna have a
dad.
son. He's gonna have 15 daughters
I could
in a row.
and he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see that he valued and trusted women.
Women,
How he
when women
listened
say that,
to
you
his
know they're a
mother.
bitch.
How he believed in
Women.
his sister.
I'm a woman.
And most of all,
I'm
how
a
he
woman.
respected my mother's career.
Wow, what a hero.
Dad was always there doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love.
That's pretty packed.
I
Okay,
had
look,
my
it's
wedding
packed.
reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way,
That is
he
so
was
fake.
very
It's not even
emotional.
funny.
I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity
Oh God, I can't
to
stand
step
this.
out
I
of
want
his
to go to
own pain
sleep.
and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us.
Oh, really? The guy's crying.
After Bo passed,
Unreal.
I got this tattoo on my wrist.
Gross.
It says, "Courage, dear heart."
Whoa, that's so
a reminder
profound.
to myself
That's
to
so
keep
deep.
going,
Nick
to
needs
get
a
back
Snickers.
up, like my dad has always done.
Libtards are so retarded.
He
I
has
got a
taught me
tattoo that
a
said courage is
courageous
a
heart is a
reminder.
miraculous thing.
Wear a
A
wristband.
courageous heart can heal a
Whatever,
family.
tattoos are awesome.
A courageous heart
Except
can
if they're
heal
bad and
a
then they're not awesome.
nation,
But good
and
tattoos
maybe
are awesome.
even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again.
She's not getting up.
She's like the queen. The queen doesn't
Why
get
is
up
she
for
not
anyone.
getting up?
The
I
queen.
am
She's
asking
the
you,
monarch.
if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today.
Tattoos are
Work
awesome.
harder than you have ever worked
When they're done
before
well. When
in
they're not
your
done well, they're
life.
not awesome. But when they
This
are
is
done
the
well,
fight
they're
of our
awesome.
lifetime. our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights.
No, brother. Our abortion.
All of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this.
Come on.
That's all they have is
Because
abortion.
my dad helped
Please.
show us the way.
Well, they fundraise like their entire campaign ad buy off of abortion. Wouldn't you
And
use
now,
that?
I would like to
Oh,
introduce
thank God. Finally.
my father,
Fucking finally.
your 46th
Finally.
president of the United States, Joe Biden.
I'm dying. I'm dying of boredom. My husband is going to bed. Joe Biden hasn't even started speaking yet.
Aw, he's crying. That's touching, actually. Okay, he looks good. I'm surprised he got his hand up over his head. I was thinking he's just not going to bend that way. No joke.
We love you, Joe. Thank you
Well,
for
she went
dropping
to raise his
out.
hand. I'm like, that's not going to work.
His last
Okay.
hurrah. His last hurrah. Always wanted to be president. Can't even
Kind of
remember
sad
it.
for him. He probably won't be around in 4 years. This is his last convention.
Yep. Last hurrah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, they drugged him up on something. He's got some energy.
Who's she?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, wipe your nose real quick.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wow.
You would think he won, like he's Winston Churchill, like he won a world war. We love Joe. Why?
Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
They're creating iconic imagery around him. You guys see this, right?
That was my daughter.
Whether or not it's true doesn't matter. It's iconic imagery.
Thank you.
So insane.
Thank you for doing what we needed you to do, Joe. Thank you for allowing us to take you out for the greater good.
Thank you for
Now just go away quietly, Joe, and don't cause problems, and maybe do some fundraising for us. Wow, this is actually
That's
better now
wild.
that I've seen it. from like all filled
And
up.
for Hillary, too. Well, these are all Democrat
To my
delegates, so.
dearest daughter Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thanks for the introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family,
Hunter.
and especially our rock, Jill.
You look angry.
For as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. Y'all will know me. No, I'm not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden.
So sick of that aw shucks routine. Oh, shucks. I'm still a sucker for my wife. Give me a break.
My dad.
Who is that Jill's with?
My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks.
And this is the end.
And America, I love you.
It is a really impressive scene now that, you know, you see it all filled up.
Let me ask you.
I think Nick should marry the Trump granddaughter, the one that introduced, like Don Jr.'s daughter. I mean, she's young, she's cute, she's almost of age.
Are you ready to vote for freedom?
Yeah, Kai.
Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans.
Listen.
Nearly 4 years ago.
Kai Clips can change his fucking name.
In winter.
Okay? If Nick gets to marry into the Trump family, that's got to take precedence.
I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was a city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue.
Oh, come on!
Oh, brother.
And present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable, and our best days are not behind us, they're before us.
He looks angry.
Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed.
Well, not entirely.
What does that even mean? What does that mean?
Kamala was not
Democracy
even
has
nominated by like any legitimate vote.
And now democracy must be preserved.
What does that mean in the context of what? All in which we live and what came before
You've heard me
us?
say it before.
What does that mean?
We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017.
I was there.
Extremists coming out of the woods.
Nick is responsible for Joe
carrying
Biden being
torches,
president.
Their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and
They were
chanting
carrying
the same
swastikas?
exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s.
Very fine people.
Nazis.
Neo-Nazis, white supremacists,
Oh, please.
the Ku Klux Klan.
Really?
So emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods.
Oh, brother.
Hate was on the march in America.
Please mention Nick.
Hate.
Please,
Old
please
ghosts
mention Nick.
hate.
in new
Wouldn't that be
garments,
incredible if Nick
Oh,
got
yeah.
mentioned at the
stirring up
DNC?
the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America.
Yeah, this is fake and gay.
In the process, a young woman was
Fake
killed.
and gay.
When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides."
True.
Me.
My God.
They're still talking about Charlottesville 7 years
That
later.
is what he said
7
and what he
years
meant.
ago it was.
You're never
That's
giving it
what
up.
I realized. Had listened to the admonition of my dead son. I could not stay in the sidelines.
Oh, shut up. That's such a fake
so
story.
angry.
They chose him. He was tapped by the party.
I was watching Charlottesville on TV
and I said, I have
I just lost part of my soul.
Shut up.
But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An
Yeah,
America
you're really decent. Your whole
where everyone
family's
has a
really
fair
decent.
shot, and hate has no safe harbor.
That's so rich when Democrats talk about decency. They're the party of degenerates
Where the
and baby
fundamental creed of
murderers,
this nation,
criminals.
that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us. More than any time in all of history.
Wow. I'm sure that
Because
definitely
of all of
happened.
you in this room and others, we
Totally.
came together in 2020 to save democracy.
And now it's in danger again because Trump
As
might
your
win again.
president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran
The whole speech is all about diversity
so
and
tired.
to rebuild the
neo-Nazis.
backbone of America,
That's what it's about for
the
them.
middle class. I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not.
That didn't quite work out, did it?
We have done that.
Except for those violent insurrectionists.
Studies show
Wait, what was
the major
term?
bills we have passed actually delivered more to red
Fanatical
states than blue.
insurrectionists.
Because the job of the president is delivered to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period.
Oh, man.
When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking
They
vote?
mandated the vaccine
Vice
from Big
President
Pharma. Yeah.
Kamala Harris.
Huge victory over Big Pharma when you make everyone buy it and take their vaccine.
And now it's the law of the land.
What a joke.
Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade.
He's barely
That's not
keeping it
hyperbole.
together, man.
It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the Big Pharma. But look.
Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, thank you, Kamala, too. Look. Folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised infrastructure week, every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing.
I mean,
But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office?
the infrastructure law isn't good.
But right now,
But it is true that
giving
Trump did not
America an
deliver
infrastructure
one.
decade, not week. We're modernizing.
I mean, the bipartisan
Our
infrastructure
roads, our
law
bridges,
is
our ports,
bullshit.
our airports, our
But
trains, our buses.
Trump promised it,
We're
and it's
doing
true.
every lead
It didn't
pipe in
happen.
Schools and homes, so every
There
child
was
can
no
drink clean
infrastructure.
water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology. After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips.
CHIPS Act sucks.
Our Chips and Science Act.
Step in the right direction,
And the
but
private companies
it's not
from around
enough.
the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America.
It just can't be done. There's no ecosystem for it.
And over that period, they'll create tens of
It can't be
thousands
done
of
without a
jobs.
massive, long-term,
And many of those
concerted,
jobs in the
full
so-called
spectrum
fabs,
effort.
The buildings that make the chips that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a
Those
football
fabs.
field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree.
So far, though, speech is more high energy than Trump's.
Because of you.
Yeah, true.
So many electeds out there.
Because Trump just mumbled and rambled and didn't
American
actually have his
manufacturing
speech
is
written.
back.
He
Where
just
the hell
like
say we wouldn't lead the world in
did what he always
manufacturing?
does.
800,000 new manufacturing jobs.
It's true. There is a manufacturing construction boom right
Our
now.
Republican friends and others
Could be a bubble, but
made sure they'd go abroad to get the
second
cheapest
quarter
labor.
was
We used to
pretty
import
good for
products and
manufacturing
export jobs.
construction.
Now we export American products
Just
and create
saying.
American jobs. Right here in America. Where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class built America, and unions built the middle class.
Oh, not true.
The Democrats are focusing hardcore on the middle class guys. They're
union shit
focusing
is so
hardcore
horrible.
on like moderates.
Honestly, it's
they're doing a
delusional for
better
Trump to
job
think
of
that,
speaking to these issues. than
like,
their
Republicans are going to get
the Senate.
unions. Unions suck.
That's why I'm
Unions are
proud
socialist.
to have been the first president to walk a picket
Unions
line.
are one of the primary recruiting grounds for socialists.
And be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well.
Not true. Absolutely the opposite. Unions killed the auto industry. Unions have ruined the
got
major
it, man.
cities.
You got it. I agree.
Look at this
I'm
nut
proud.
job. Fucking basket case.
Look,
Average
remember I told you
Democrat.
we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress. But with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Or $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America.
They built 4.
And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9. All the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back.
Jesus.
And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025.
Oh my God.
Want to do away with the Department of Education.
Yes! Base.
During the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back
But they
open.
didn't mention getting rid of the Department of
We gave
Education
public
once at
school
the
teachers a
RNC.
raise.
Not once. Not one single time.
We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable.
Well, no, you're not. That's not going to happen.
Increasing Pell Grants by $900.
$900.
$15 billion to HBCUs.
Not going to make education
Minority
more
services,
affordable.
including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges.
Tribal
We kept
college.
Our commitment to provide more
Go
food
live in a
relief than ever,
teepee if you're so
balancing
tribal.
the burden
What's a tribal
of
college?
helping millions of
A
families
yurt.
so they can get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute.
I definitely
to the
didn't just spill my beer.
and grow our economy.
Definitely didn't happen. Nope, that definitely didn't happen.
It's not
Didn't
costing
spill
us,
over my
it's
yarn.
creating more
Sitting
wealth.
here. Definitely didn't happen.
We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out
It's all right.
and the bottom up,
Little spill.
instead of the
That's
top
fine.
down.
Hey, Nathaniel.
You know,
Using
my
my
dad used to say
membership
there wasn't a whole
milestone
hell
to
of a
fund the
lot to
DOE, to
drop
fund the
down
IRS,
on my
to
kitchen
fund
table
all of them.
at the end of the
Thank
month.
you, Nathaniel.
I
Appreciate
come
it.
from a basic middle class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, but thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation.
True.
No, I'm serious.
True.
But think
Yeah.
about this. Think about this.
Think of it.
He publicly says to the
Think
whole
of it.
world, I'm going to say something outrageous.
Yeah,
I know more
think of
foreign
that.
leaders by their first names and know
Remember
them
when
more
Trump
than
used to
anybody
say
alive.
that?
Just because I'm so damn old.
True.
But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong.
Wow, that's really unifying
He's
for all
right.
the people who voted for him.
We're a nation in decline.
Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of
China.
America?
True.
Well, guess what?
China.
America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues
Blah,
to
blah,
lie
blah,
about
blah.
crime in
Blah,
America,
blah, blah, blah.
like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history.
Oh, please.
Violent crime has dropped to the
Everybody
lowest
knows
level
that's
of more
not
than 50
true.
years. And crime will keep coming down.
You're
when
in
we put a prosecutor
Chicago.
in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
I'm so ready to go to bed. I've never been so ready to go to bed in my life.
And folks,
No offense, I love you all, but
distinguished senator from the
Night
C Senate
one.
from California and I.
to the coronation of
Passed
the
the
new
first ban
internet
on assault
bitch.
weapons.
Yes, me. I have dethroned Milo. True.
And guess what? It worked.
I have dethroned Milo
If we
Yiannopoulos.
care about public
Thank you,
safety,
Nathaniel.
we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America
I haven't even looked at Milo's
are
Twitter.
killed by a gunshot than
Oh,
any
God.
other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet.
Joe Biden might outlast me
cancer
tonight with
Yeah,
whatever.
and how many of them are black?
In the United States of America.
So what's the real issue?
My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years.
Hey, the Fascist New World Order over on Rumble. Great coverage of the DNC. I hate all these people, but I know you do too. And so we're all united in hatred. Anger is a gift. Hey, thank you, Fascist New World Order.
And
I
demand
appreciate
universal
you.
background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad.
It's very
Trump
sad.
continues to lie about the border.
Deeply sad. What?
Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States.
Oh, please.
That we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. It took 4 weeks.
It took a whole month,
Once
Joe?
it passed,
It took a month?
I never acknowledged the most
Wow.
expansive
It
border
took a month.
change in American
You've been in
history.
office almost 4 years.
He called
You negotiated the
senators
strongest
to
bill
say,
in a month,
"Don't
but you haven't been able
support
to
the
do anything in
bipartisan
4
bill."
years?
He said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God.
What a joke.
No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true.
Oh, really? Yeah, the
Typically
press.
Trump,
Real
once
Biden
again,
haters.
putting himself first and America last. Then I had to
Hey,
take
thanks,
executive
Joseph.
action. The result of the executive action I took,
Yes, there are stickers
border
in the
encounters
store.
have dropped over 50%.
I should probably make
In
my
fact,
new
there are
shirt.
fewer
Okay.
border crossings today than when
They're
Donald
up
Trump
a
took
million
office.
percent.
You can also download
And
stickers
unlike
at
Trump,
unwokeunderground.com.
we will
And
not
they're like
demonize
template
immigrants,
files that you can download and print yourself
saying
if
they're
you
the
want.
poison the blood of America. Poison the blood of our country.
I wish you would say that more.
Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose.
What about Hitler? Are we free to love Hitler? Or is it just like gay people?
It's decision over.
You're free to love whoever you want. Oh, yeah? Can we love Hitler?
United States Supreme Court majority.
Or do you just mean like
wrote the
gay
following.
people loving each other,
Quote,
like gay guys
Women
and
are
lesbians?
not without electrical, not
And
allowed,
trannies.
not without electoral.
You can love whoever you
electoral
want. Okay. Well.
Or political power.
Oh, so
No
not
kidding.
anyone. You're not free to love anyone. If I were to love someone else.
MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his MAGA Republican right-wingers,
Those MAGA
seek to erase
Republicans.
history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. Most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president.
The first woman of South
And will
Asian
soon
descent.
serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home.
It's a long speech.
It's forever. This is going on
That's why I'm so proud they've
forever.
written and signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits and Agent Orange.
I'm literally dying.
I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that their illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is?
Shut up. The overacting is ridiculous.
There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total. Then my counterparts or heads of state in Europe to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO.
Fuck NATO.
10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now.
What?
Well, guess what?
Not since Napoleon?
In 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East.
Why is this still going? Why is he still talking? What drugs
As you
did they
know,
sink into him?
I
This
wrote
isn't
a-
fair. This
peace
sucks.
treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing
It's after
that
midnight.
than we've done since
God
October
damn it.
7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now.
You're the president.
To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war.
I prefer to hear that than the alternative, which is bombing Iran.
Mm-hmm. True.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed.
Whoa!
On both sides.
Yo! Biden just won.
Just as we worked around
Over.
the clock to bring home wrongfully detained
Election
Americans and
over.
others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history. But they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more.
Thanks,
all this
Joe.
talk about how I'm angry at all those people.
Every
who said
time
I
they
should
show
step
the
down.
audience, it's just
That's not
repulsive. It's fatties, freaks, gays, women, all the above.
I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim, President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable. Building 3 million new homes.
All right, already.
Providing $25,000 down
I'm
payment
tired,
assistance for the
dude.
first-time home
It's been
buyer.
5 hours. He's streaming this stupid
More
thing
than
for
the
5
10-day
hours.
cruise.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump wants new tax on imported goods.
Forever.
Food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations that are very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America.
Did he almost say 1,000
You know
trillion
what's the average
billion?
tax rate they pay?
Seriously? Did he seriously almost say 1,000 trillion billion?
If we just increase our taxes, we propose
Wow.
to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even.
Yeah, the drugs are wearing off.
500
True. I was like, that woke me
billion
up
new
yet. I was
dollars
like,
over 10
1,000
years.
That's
trillion
nothing. That's nothing.
They'd still be very
50
wealthy.
billion a year.
Look, Kamala,
Who sent
and Tim,
Ukraine 60 billion
we're going to make them pay their fair
in
share.
April.
They'll protect Social Security and
So it paid
Medicare.
for
Trump wants to cut
almost
Social
the
Security and
latest
Medicare.
tranche of
Kamala and
aid we
Tim will
sent to one
protect
country
your
out of
freedom.
3.
They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know, Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade.
Boo.
The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny.
The Greeks, brother.
Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity. Enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke.
Joe, we did it, Joe.
But she'll be a
We did
president
it, Joe.
Our children can look up
We
to.
did it, Joe.
She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be an historic president who puts her stamp on America's future.
Wow.
I'm just so tired. I have nothing to say. I'm sorry.
This will be the first presidential election
I need
since
this to be
January
done.
6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one
I
in his
hope
own
so.
words. By the way, this sucker means
I wish.
it. No, I'm not joking.
I wish
Think
he
about
meant
it.
it.
Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it.
I mean
We
it.
can't let that happen.
I mean it too. That's what I want.
Folks,
I want Trump to be a
all of
dictator.
us
I want Trump to be the
carry a
dictator
special
that Democrats
obligation.
think he is.
Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands.
I'm literally dying.
History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this.
Finally.
Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter
Oh,
and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office.
How many times has he said that?
That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be.
Oh.
I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen.
Yeah, right.
Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us. It captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you.
Okay. Can we go to bed now? No, really, can we go to bed now? I think that'd be pretty great. Yeah, I know. It's his last thing. I know. Very emotional, all that. I'm just like,
Look at this pussy.
it's almost 12:30 at
I
night.
made a lot of mistakes in my career.
What's up with the sound?
But I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you.
Coming bad through bad for you guys? That's just me.
I'm blessed. Million times returned.
Are you hearing an echo? Or does it sound okay?
I remember too young to be in the
Breaking up for you too?
38, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you.
Is that
There's something wrong with the audio?
Oh, thank God.
People are saying the audio's fucked up.
I thought I was going insane. I
can
literally
honestly
thought
say
I was
I'm more
going insane.
optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it.
I literally thought I was insane.
We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
All right. Oh, we made it. We did it.
All right.
And 6 hours. I'm dying. I might never recover. I don't know if I'm going to be back tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding. We are going to do tomorrow. Don't worry. Congratulations to everyone who made it through the end. We'll just watch for another minute here just to see what's what.
Wow. Higher love. I remember that song.
Wow. They're really laying it on thick, aren't they? They know how to put on a production, the Democrats do. It looks great.
Well, there you have it. Joe Biden's final convention speech.
A rabbi is supposed to come out and do the benediction. I'm not kidding. That's not a joke. Now that his speech is over, a rabbi will
must be a grandchild.
come out. Is that
right?
Hunter?
That is
No
Hunter.
way.
Yes, it is.
That's crazy. Hunter Biden, the ledge. You think I could get his autograph? You think if I get down there fast enough, I could get an autograph? Two scumbags. That's awesome. Where's Natalie? What in the F? Who is that one? What the frick? Yikes, department.
Oh.
Well, there's the Biden speech. You know, that was a long speech.
Right.
That was the speech of a lifetime for him.
Yeah, it
Because
was.
that's probably
it
the
was
last.
something. I can't do it anymore, guys. I can't do it. I can't do it. We have to stop. We have to stop. Now, listen. I will be back tomorrow, but let me just, in case you got here after I started, let me just show you something. Let me just shill for you while you're tired and your resistances are down, okay? Now, of course, I will be here all week covering the DNC. I'm really looking forward to the next 3 days. It's only going to get more and more and more cringe. But guys, I just want to let you know that I have released 8, count them 8 new designs in the Unwoke Art Store in celebration of the DNC. And I just couldn't stop making these designs. They just kept coming to me. And so I've released 8 new designs. Here's the deal. This week only, until Sunday, you can get each one of these. If you just want to buy 1 or 2, you'll get 10% off, okay? But if you go into the Unwoke Art Store and you find some other merchandise you like and you spend over $100, you will get 25% off your entire order. So it's like if you get 4 t-shirts in my store, you'll get 1 for free. That's how that's going to work out, okay? So let me show you the designs up close. I'm already seeing people saying they like the skull. The skull is definitely the boldest. All of these t-shirts come in different colors. So I typically display them with the black because I think the black just makes all the colors pop. But check this out. We've got gold. We've got navy. We've got red. That looks fucking cool. Red on red. That's cool. That's cool. I'm not sure who's on tomorrow, Grandma. They usually don't announce the speeches until the day of, so we'll know in the morning. So we'll be able to look that up. Hey, I appreciate your support tonight, but check this out. Got pink. We got some light color ones. All that stuff. We got like a white one, which I very rarely do, but it just looks so cool. But check this out. I did a new Socialists Always Lie t-shirt just because I wanted to do a little bit of like a Banksy-inspired kind of like dystopian thing. And this is going to look great. It's going to look like you're wearing a graphic tee and then people are going to get up close and they're going to be like, what's that say? And you're going to be like, Socialists Always Lie. And they're going to be like, what? And it's going to be so surprising. We need to spread the message. We need to make sure as many people know as possible. Socialists Always Lie. This is my favorite one. If I had to choose a favorite. I went on a little Warhol binge last night and I was like, why don't I make a tomato soup can, except instead of tomato soup, it has whiteness means capitalism on it. So this is in the store right now. And check this out. It just looks cool on every color because it's pop art. So it just works on every single color and people aren't going to know what to make of this and you're going to have to explain it. So you better know what that means. We've also got this Marilyn Monroe whiteness means capitalism one just because I made it by accident. And I was like, that's cool. And so I had to keep it. Again, all sorts of different colors. We've even got a fuchsia, a bright pink. Looks cool on all of them. Check this out. Equity is Marxism. Of course, you got to explain that to people. Not everyone knows. Again, it looks like a screen print. Cool red on red. I'm really liking the Kelly green stuff. I don't have a lot of green shirts, so I'll have to get a couple of those for myself. Everything's on purple too. Then we've got Men Are Not Women. Who would have thought? Who would have thought you would need a shirt to teach such an obvious fact? So you got that on black, brown, red, Kelly green, navy, another red because one of the reds is heathered, one of the reds is plain, cream, so nice and light, purple, black heather, oxblood black, and navy. And then we've got the gender is binary. Again, who would have thunk it? This has got a cool kind of like almost 80s vibe to it. Again, this is like very Warhol inspired. But I saw it was one of those things that look cool. You got some cool heather yellow gold. I don't do that one often. That looks cool. And then our last one, a little queer, a little weird. It says gender is not queer. Because again, We need to teach people these things. All of these designs are brand new in the Unwoke Art Store. As of today, you can get each of them for 10% off. And if you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 25% off. Everything, any merch in the store at all will be good for that. And you can help support the work I'm doing. That's one way to do it, guys. So get your orders in. Again, this sale is just for this week. Many of these designs will remain in the store after this week, so this is not like a limited edition thing. So they'll still be around, but you're going to get them on sale. So, you're basically saving money by spending money. That's how that works, I'm told. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow at I think probably around 6, because I think it gets started at 5. Yes, it does ship internationally. I fixed the problem with the store, so it does ship internationally. So we will get started when we get started, guys. I will make an announcement in the morning about when we're getting started, and yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, that's all. Take care. We'll see you soon.